Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or should I say morning, at least here in the real world. It's your boy, the great Unclean One. You are back for some more Dragon's Greed gaming. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a very special episode for you today. But before we get into that, as always, stop by the Facebook for all the latest news on the show. And follow us over on iTunes, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get the podcast. Help us grow the channel. Leave those 5-star reviews. Subscribe over on YouTube. Help us praise the algorithm. And, of course, if you like what we do, consider joining the Patreon. We got lots of cool extra stuff here that you can do and sign up for. Or if you just want to throw some coins in the Dragon's Hoard, we appreciate that too. So... and also now, at this point of time of recording, every other Monday, we've got a live stream. Scar is running some one-shots over on our new Twitch channel, the Neon Swamp, which was his. It's now merged with us. So check that out. He's doing some one-shots of various RPGs until they decide what they want to play. They did some Forbidden Lands last week, and they're doing some... is it Wild Weird West Tales? I don't know. Scar does all sorts of weird shit, so I can't keep track of it. Anyway, I'm your host, the Great Unclean One, and I have a very special cast. You've heard me talking about it for weeks now, and it's finally happening. I have an all-Australian crew here joining us from the fantastic channel Distant Grey Gaming. Phil, it's good to see you again, man. How you been?
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, things are going well. Thanks for reintroducing everyone to Distant Grey Gaming. We're not dead. We're just currently floating in a cocoon in outer space, waiting to be picked up. But I'm certainly looking forward to playing on Foundry again. And thanks for the invite. It means a lot.
Oh, no. Happy to have you guys. I'm excited. My listeners know it is it was I got up at 4 a.m. for you people to do this, okay? That's the kind of dedication we have around here. So, but I couldn't miss a chance. It's just it blows my mind that I'm playing games with people on the other side of the planet right now. And
Sure.
I highly recommend, I haven't said it enough, check out Phil's channel. His alien stuff is some of the best out there, and one of the ones that really inspired me to actually do a lot of this to begin with. So, especially their recording of Chariot of the Gods, Chef's Kiss. Fucking amazing stuff. So, you played one of the best Wilsons I've seen out there so far, Philip.
Yeah, it suits my character strengths, yeah.
So, Phil, who are you going to be playing today? Tell us a little bit about yourself and who you're playing.
Okay, so yeah, I'm going to be playing Private First Class. Sorry, was it? No. Oh, yes, Private First Class, Angie DuBois. She's a CBRN specialist, born to parents on Wayuu Colony. Wanted to get into medicine, but was decided that CBRN would be the much preferred option, and so it proved to be. Angie's seen plenty of action, seen some weird shit too, and so she's very keen to get on and get some answers.
All right, and who is her buddy and rival?
So her buddy is Corporal Carvalho, and her rival is Corporal Halifax, who's a jerk, just saying.
All right. So now, because there's so many members of this squad, your buddies and rivals might not actually be controlled by a player. So if that is the case, which in your case, Phil, it is, both of those characters are currently NPCs, you are free to have one of the players here be your buddy and rival.
No.
We'll have replacements if anyone should meet an untimely demise. Because the NPCs will be on standby, but they'll be staying on the dropship. So, all right, cool.
Okay.
Moving along, we have Adam, also from Distant Grey Gaming, and was the GM of said Chariot of the Gods. Also one of the better GMs I've seen out there. So, welcome, Adam. Happy to have you, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us. yeah, really looking forward to this game. It's not if I'm a player when it comes to Alien. I'm normally GMing, so I always jump on these opportunities to play. So really looking forward to it.
I was just going to ask, are you mostly behind the GM screen when it comes to this sort of thing?
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah. I GM Alien a bit, and for one of my local gaming groups, we're doing Blade Runner, and we do Call of Cthulhu and other things like that. But most of the time, I'm behind the GM screen for those.
Oh, Blade Runner. Great stuff. So good.
Oh.
And who are you playing today?
So today I'll be playing Private Hassan Rakesh, and he's a forward observer. He grew up in a rough part of New Delhi, a massive colony, part of the ISCC, I think, or Independent Core System Colonies. He's not too fond of authority, and he has had a bit of a run-in with the law in his past, which led him to the core, which the details of that may or may not come out during the today's game.
Okay.
And he doesn't have any buddies because he's quite an abrasive character, and his rival, however, is Lieutenant Yoshi Kikai, I think is how it might be pronounced.
Yes, Kikai.
The dedicated marksman of his squad, which could pose problems since normally the forward observer and the marksman work closely together. So yes.
Yeah, you guys are good at your job, but you can't stand each other. So
yeah,
go figure that. All right, I forgot to share the artwork for Phil's character. This is PFC DuBois, your CBRN specialist. So she's the scientist, the chemical, radiological engineer of the group. So if there's science that needs doing, she's usually the one to do it. Then moving along, we have Carmon. Unfortunately, Carmon's camera was not working out today. Discord just could not handle all these various things going on, so we've got her character art up right now. Carmon, welcome to the show. Happy to have you. Oh, no.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Helps to unmute the microphone.
Oh, okay. Good.
All right. G'day from Australia. Yeah, like you. Blaming it on Discord. It's all my internet here is terrible. But yeah, I'm playing Sergeant Frank Greene. Worked alongside a lot of Marines as a journalist. Overall, pretty top bloke. Saved someone's life, and then they convinced me to join the Marines and be a bit more involved. So I am the squad captain. Is that right? Where's the
you are
term?
You are a sergeant. You are the squad leader. And if I recall,
leader, there we go.
If I recall, you were also a hospital corpsman before you became sergeant. So you're technically the medic as well.
No pressure. But yeah, I'm overall top bloke, pretty well liked. Always willing to go above and beyond to help out a mate. My buddy is Kikai.
All right, Kikai, yep, the marksman. Yep.
Kikai. And my rival is Carvelo.
All right. Yeah, so
Hello.
both of yours are... You guys picked everybody who's not interconnected. That's very interesting. All right, well, that's okay. That's fine. Awesome. And last, certainly not least, Sarena was finally able to connect. We got our tin cans working here, and it's good to go. What's going on? Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I will start off by saying I'm actually American born and raised. I'm an Aussie transplant. Been living in Oz the past 20 years. I like to say that I was born and raised in the USA, but grew up in Oz. So I'm pretty half and half.
Makes sense.
Okay. Today I'll be playing Lance Corporal Neenah Yazzie, who is not only the all-terrain driver, but has a bit of skills as a pilot. But unfortunately, as a few things went wrong, She's been grounded, so she's hoping to win back trust of the Corps so she can fly again. And I actually have a little bit of a prop because her signature item is a pizza menu. I actually have one from the local place up the road.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh yeah, let's so here's your character art for your sergeant. That is Sergeant Frank Greene. And then this is Lance Corporal Yazzie, your AFV Marine. Oh my god, that's bright. Let's turn that down. Jeez. All right. Cool. Listeners, I am the Great Unclean One, your host and GM as always. And we'll talk more tonight when we're recording our other episode. But for now, we are doing a one-shot here, as we've been talking about for a while. So the players here are controlling members of a Kilo company. They are part of Second Section. We've seen some of these characters in some background scenes here. But we'll get a chance to actually see them in action, and hopefully they don't meet a gruesome end. But this being Alien, I can't make any promises. So it is the middle of the Frontier War. I sent the players a whole bunch of lore to kind of read over really quick. Suffice to say, the destruction of Fort Nebraska a few months ago has caused tensions between the UA and the UPP to flare up even more. There are skirmishes happening throughout the frontier. There's been full-on invasions and battles, and there are rumors of bioweapons and other horrible things that you guys in particular have been hearing a lot from Cerberus Squad, who's part of the first section of your company. That's the group that the main PCs of our campaign are in. Over the last few months, they've gone now on 3 different missions where all sorts of weird shit has been happening. The scuttlebutt and the rumors in the Marine Corps here on your ship are running wild. There have not been any deaths in the squad, but there have been some close calls and some injuries. There are rumors that the UA and the UPP are both working on secret bioweapons projects. There's rumors and stories of horrible alien monstrosities out there, and experiments on humans, and all sorts of other terrible things. No one seems to know who to trust or what the truth is, but you guys are finally being deployed on your second mission. Your first mission was just a garrison duty, which turned out to be a false alarm. The UPP didn't attack the area that you were sent to defend. It was either a diversion or just false intel. But you are about to deploy on your next mission. So we find ourselves on board the USS Tambatam, a Conestoga class frigate, just like the Sulaku from Aliens. You guys can see here on the map, if you zoom in, you are off in the kind of northwestern quadrant of the universe, the alien galaxy. The Tambatam has been on patrol throughout this region of space. These are some of the areas you can see on the map here that I'm marking off where previous missions have taken place here at Sahara Grandri and over on Symbaris. That was their latest mission. And it hasn't been great so far. But you guys are on board the Tambatam. You are awoken out of cryo, and you can see that it looks like your entire section, pretty much all 10 members of your 2 squads, are being awoken from cryo sleep right now. There is a few alarms going off in that this is, you guys can tell this is an urgent waking. It's not like your ship is under attack or anything like that, but this is definitely you don't have time to get coffee, like start getting your shit together and get your fatigues on and get ready because you're probably going to have a briefing in like 10 minutes. So we see a dark room that begins to light up, and we we see a bunch of cryotubes with your characters in them. So, before we delve in, do any of you have any questions about anything thus far?
Yeah, it's all good.
No, not at this point.
All right.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Well, as your squads are coming out of cryo, you can see the ship's synthetic, Roy. He is an adjutant to the commanding officer, Lieutenant Casados. He is there waiting for you, his arms patiently folded behind his back. And as you all become coming out of cryo, he sees Sergeant Greene. He says, "Good morning, Sergeant. Sorry to wake you so abruptly, but you're wanted in the briefing room in 10 minutes. If you could please assemble your men."
All right. Well, come on, everyone. Looks like we've got something to do. Move along, quick now.
Now, would everybody, to get us started here, please give me a stamina test to see how you've handled cryo. And then if you'll just go ahead and let our listeners know what you got, in case they're just listening on podcast and not video here.
That's one success for Rakesh.
One success for DuBois.
And success for Frank.
All right. Sarena, you got...
Oh, wait, no.
Are not letting me roll.
It's not letting you roll.
Come on.
No, I actually didn't succeed. Some of the dice on the screen must have been someone else's. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's trying to steal my success again, Adam.
yeah. I'm going to push this roll if that's all right.
Noticed.
Sure, you can push it.
Yeah. So I'll pop some pills or something that I might have stashed away to try and help me in these sorts of situations.
Okay.
And of course, they do nothing.
All right.
It worries me where you had them stashed.
So the sickness hits you pretty hard, and you can't help but kind of throw up a little bit in your mouth, and then eventually it's a full-on vomit in the corner.
Gene up aisle 3.
All right. Let's
Better
see,
out than
Sarena.
in.
So, Sarena, if you click on the buttons, it's not doing anything? Is that what's happening?
It's clicking on, but it's not coming up like options for stamina. Sorry, I'm unfamiliar with Foundry.
That's okay. So you got your character sheet pulled up, right? Let's start there.
Hold on. I opened another tab. I'm operating on a laptop right now.
I've got about 12 tabs going on, but luckily I got a second screen, so...
You get a stress dice for each tab you have open.
Yeah, I'm running triple monitors here right now. Man, I gotta look in every direction. Yeah, that's why I'm always like moving my head, because I got so much real estate here. All right, I see a dice rolled. Okay. All right, perfect. So
Randomly rolled 1.
There you go. So if you go to your skills tab on your character sheet, you see how there's general, skills, inventory, and description?
Ooh, that's not giving me anything. My character sheet is only giving me a solo tab of the basics.
That is not right. Let me make sure I gave you permissions. I thought I did, but I may not have. Hold on. Yeah, Sarena, owner. Okay. All right.
Close that, and then I'll dig it back up.
Okay. But you're on the Actors tab in Foundry?
Yeah, Actors tab. Okay. I found my character.
All right. Yeah, so if you left-click it, does it pop open the character sheet?
There we go. So yeah, so it's giving me an option: roll, modified stress check. Give me stress modifier options, and then roll. Hold on. And again, still, it's only giving me 1.
Okay, that's not. But on your, what do you see on your character sheet? Are you able to move between the different tabs when you open the character sheet?
I do not have tabs when I open up the character sheet.
All right. What are you looking at right now? Let's start there.
I'm gonna have to old-fashion it and flip this round. Apologies.
That's okay.
It'll allow me to flip it. How do we do?
Okay, yeah. Okay. So, do you see underneath the portrait where it says General?
Oh.
Those are the tabs.
There we go. I must have lost earlier.
Yep, so you go to Skills, and then click on, Stamina? Yeah, so just left-click on Stamina, and that should do the roll. Yeah, cool. So then, yeah, when that screen pops up, if I tell you there's a plus or negative modifier, that's where you type it in.
There we go. Okay. There we go.
All right.
Yay!
And then, if you want to, in that top right corner, if you want to click on the first tab, the little chat bubble, a Foundry, there you go. That'll show your rolls, and then if you need to push, the push button is there. So you got one success there.
There
Perfect.
We go.
Okay. All right. Also, you guys, whenever you have a window open, you'll see in the top it says pop out. You can pop out that window as like a second window on your screen. So you can have like multiple things popped out in here in Foundry if you want to. So, okay. All right, sorry about that, listeners. It's okay. It's a learning curve. Everybody is new at one point, so no shame there. So everybody passes except for Rakesh, who's got a little bit of a tummy ache in the corner. But otherwise, it looks like everybody's starting to assemble. You can see everybody's groggy and annoyed, as they usually are coming out of cryo, but so be it. So it is not long before you guys meet up in the briefing room, and you are greeted by your staff sergeant, whose name is Staff Sergeant David Arthur Wilkes, kind of a no-nonsense Marine, pretty by the book, and he is standing alongside Roy and your commanding officer, Lieutenant Maria Casados, who is this woman right here. She comes in, gets up behind the podium. You guys are hanging out in various chairs or benches, and finally she speaks. She says, "All right, settle in, Marines. As most of you are aware, the UPP recently decided to expand their borders by annexing the 61 Cygni system, and with it, the colony of LV-038. Shortly before we returned to Fort Nebraska, a fleet was assembled at Ariarchus and dispatched to counter what was believed to be an imminent attack from the UPP. That fleet has not been heard of since and has been presumed lost. That was until 5 days ago. One of the ships that was part of that task force has mysteriously reappeared. And you see she clicks something on the podium, and there's a holo table next to her, and a 3D render of a ship pops up that starts to slowly spin. And you guys can tell it's the same type of ship as you guys are on. It's a Conestoga class starship. And she says, "This is the USS Nan-Shan." Now, if that name sounds familiar, that's because it's part of the 5th Division. And some of you start to realize what that means, and then she confirms, this is the Sin Eaters ship. Now, all of you know the Sin Eaters are a very well-known elite, some might say Black Ops team, or Spec Ops team, depending on who you ask, that have a reputation in the Corps for being real badasses that are sent on some pretty nasty missions and can get just about anything done. Casados continues, "The vessel appears heavily damaged and is running cold. The rest of the fleet is nowhere to be seen. Your job is simple. Board the Nan-Shan and find out what happened. Access Mother, recover the flight corridor, or collect any evidence as to where this thing has been or what the hell happened to the rest of the fleet." And then she's like, "And one last thing. The Nan-Shan's drifted into a gravity well of a nearby gas giant. Mother estimates 8 hours before it's gone for good. So get your asses in gear. Your dropship leaves in 30. And she waits for a moment to see if anybody has any questions. Does anybody say or ask anything?
Have we
No, I'm still
done
waking
any
up.
scans of the ship? Is there any signs of life aboard?
Negative. No signs of life. It's running completely cold. Could be people in cryo, but we don't know for sure. And she's like, well, you'll have schematics. And she looks to Roy, and he's like, of course, Lieutenant, I'll get right on that. Without...
DuBois puts her hand up and says, I've just got one question, ma'am.
DuBois, go ahead.
Yeah. Is it okay if Rakesh takes a sick bucket with him?
She is not amused.
She's
She's not much of a joker, and with that, she just looks to your sergeants, and she just nods, and she turns on her heel and departs. Wilkes looks all over you, and then he looks to Sergeant Greene, and he says, "All right, get it done." And he follows Roy and the lieutenant out. Casados is kind of notorious for just giving you guys like the most minimal information, and then if nobody asks, he just kind of assumes you guys have everything you need, which you've heard from Cerberus Squad often means that they go in kind of unprepared, but you've also pieced together that they never ask any questions, and then they're like, well, man, we should have asked that, huh? But she's not very forthcoming unless you actually ask, so she lets you put your big boy pants on, and she leaves you all to get prepped in the ready room. You all have your own individual lockers where you're able to get all your gear and everything together. And it is not long before you are assembled on the flight deck. And your dropship, a Cheyenne dropship called Friday the 13th, is being prepped by your pilot, whose name is Lieutenant Karen Eckhart. Typical channeling her inner Pharaohs there.
Mm-hmm.
So you all have a moment. If there's anything special you want to requisition as far as gear, now is the time. You can request extra gear from Mother if you think there's something you need, but you will be required to provide a reason, and sometimes she will not give that gear to you if she deems it unnecessary.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah. I noticed that my
Yeah,
basic
we'll be
fit
right.
out has me slightly... I think I'm a little bit over-encumbered. So,
Could be.
don't know if I might need to get rid of a couple of things.
You already got rid of your stomach contents, right?
Yeah, well, I'm still... I'm still seem to be carrying too much weight, even despite that, so...
I've got some
probably-
laxatives for you. That'll help.
yeah, that could help. I might footlocker the climbing rope.
Yeah, we never need that in space.
Anything that you don't want to take with, you can right-click on the little pencil icon to the right of the item on your inventory section, and you can do move to locker, and that'll add it to your foot locker, which it'll stay on your character sheet, but it'll be taken out as far as for weight purposes. So we can assume that stuff you can either leave on the ship, or you can take with and leave it on the drop ship if you think you might need to go back and get it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess I'll put it onto the dropship. I guess then because we're working within the kind of Stoker frigate, I don't know if the ghillie suit, if that'll be appropriate, if there's like an urban environment or type version of that might be of use.
There definitely there is, but whether or not you think it's worthwhile taking, that's kind of up to you. Now, I will say that Mother does inform you all that you are going to be provided with your compression suits for this, since the ship has no power right now. So I will start adding those to your character sheets as we go here. But you'll be provided with the Mark 35 compression suit, which is basically the Marine equivalent. I've actually got a picture here from the Colonial Marines gear book that they released for Alien to give you guys an idea what it looks like. So it's similar to the spacesuits from the first film, but it's got the part of your armor incorporated into it.
Oh, nice.
So I'll add those. These will probably add some chunky weight to your character sheets, so be aware of that. Now, if you are encumbered, what that means is if you try to run during a combat, you have to make a mobility test. And if you fail said test, you are not able to move unless you drop whatever it is that, drop some stuff in order to make room. So that is, in game turns, mechanically, that is what being encumbered will do to you. So, does everybody now have a Mark III or Mark 35 compression suit?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure do. Yep.
Yes.
You want to make sure that is equipped because that will have your air supply. So it starts with 4 air and it has 5 armor. So it's not quite as heavily armored as your marine armor, but it's still pretty good as far as a spacesuit goes. Does anybody else wish to requisition or attempt to get anything else before you guys depart?
No, I think I'm good.
I was going to request a combat knife if we get into close quarters.
Yes. Yeah, you don't need to really give Mother any reasoning for that. So
Yep.
feel free to go to the items tab, the little suitcase, and you'll
Yep.
want to go to gear and then weapons.
Yep.
And I think you're probably clever enough to sort out the rest from there.
Yep. Got that sorted.
All right. All right, anyone else? Final answers?
Yazzie's going to request to go into the kitchen. Can I
Trying to figure out how to.
grab a candy bar to put in my pack?
Oh yeah, they don't, she doesn't, she only cares about stuff that's in like the armory and like the restricted areas. Food, she doesn't, you're able to do that, that's no problem.
Ruby.
All right. Sergeant, anything you want to grab?
You can just tell me how to.
Oh boy, you're breaking up again. One more time, please.
Need to grab anything. Are you able to tell me equip the bit? Oh wait, no, it just took a while. It's done now. All good.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, with that in mind, Eckhart and her crew chief are prepping the dropship, and there's a lot of hustle and bustle. Roy comes over to you, Sergeant, and hands you a PDAT. It's like a personal data tablet thing. And he says, the schematics for the ship are on here, courtesy of Mother. It's similar to the layout of the Tambatam, but as you are aware, Conestoga-class ships can be configured in a variety of ways. It appears that the Nan-Shan was configured to be more of a troop transport, so it has much in the way of cargo space, hangar space, drop ships, and a massive forward cryo chamber. It looks like she was holding over 2,000 Marines at the time of departure.
Okay.
So, we'll move it over to the map of the Nan-Shan. So it should move you all over here automatically. Just give it a second to load. And I'm going to give you a PDAT on your character sheet here, Sergeant. As soon as I find it. PDAT. Is it? All right. So, with that in mind, you all begin to load into the dropship. Eckert and her crew chief fire it up, and you guys depart from the hangar bay, making your way through the cold void of space. You can see this gas giant in the distance, kind of a bluish gray ball floating against the black of space. And then it takes maybe about a half hour or so in the dropship, and eventually you do see the Nan-Shan kind of come into view, and it is very similar to your guys' ship, especially on the outside, but you can see it as this big black and gray hulk of metal that just it even just looks like it's dilapidated from where you are, as the lights of your dropship, kind of go over it. We see the name of the ship on the side as it is slowly getting pulled through space. And it's a little dangerously close to this gas giant. Eckhart and her crew chief have to kind of fight some of the gravitational pull a little bit. It's nothing she can't handle, but the ride is definitely rougher than you anticipate. And those are the schematics you have, Sergeant. So your entire section is on board, so there's 9 or 10 of you right now. But you'll just be taking in a squad, and then the rest will remain on the dropship in case you guys need any backup. So.
Okay, so where can I access the schematics?
Do you see the actual map on Foundry? Do you guys actually see the ship now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh wait, close these pictures.
You probably just got to move stuff out of the way, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, much better. Right. So, where should we be entering from?
That is totally up to you. You guys have, it is in your court, as they say.
So we're not forced to enter through the launch hangar?
No, not necessarily. So, you guys can see everything that's listed here. Everything that's listed on the map is as is. So if it says, for example, number 9 is a launch hangar, that is indeed a launch hangar. So I'll just kind of give you a brief synopsis here. That launch hangar, number 9, is just like we see in Aliens, where the dropship drops down out of the bottom of the ship. And then this particular vessel, number 14, is a flight deck. And that's on the starboard and port sides of the ship. And there's 3 massive doors on each side to launch dropships out the sides. So this ship has been configured to act more like a carrier and a troop transport, whereas yours is more of like an attack ship.
A flight deck sounds like a good place to start. We can see whether any of their dropships have left, or whether it's still full.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys?
Yep. Yeah, start at one end and sweep our way to the other end.
Sounds like a plan.
Eckert says, all right, Sarge. And she looks to her crew chief, whose name I keep forgetting. That's why I keep calling him crew chief. Samuel Petrovich. First time we've seen him in the campaign. But he nods. He's doing some scans on his terminal, and she brings you guys around the side here. So, basically, she's kind of strafing past the side of the ship, trying to match its speed trajectory, and also fighting the gravitational pull from the gas giant. And as the lights come over the port side, which would be the opposite side of this diagram. So there's these 3 massive hangar doors that easily can fit a dropship. So they could potentially launch 6 at a time if they needed to. And as they bring the lights of your dropship over the side of the Nan-Shan, you can see all 3 of these doors look heavily damaged. They are buckled in, off the frames. they're still there in some capacity, but it is very clear that these things are not opening and that the flight deck is probably not pressurized or sealed anymore.
And can we all see this?
Yes. Yeah, we'll assume there's probably some crappy CTV monitors in the back where you guys are all stationed. So we're getting very grainy pictures as they're going by.
Does it look like this has been like targeted at the doors, or is the whole side of the ship damaged?
I will need an observation roll for that, please. Anybody who wishes may do so.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm pretty good at those.
Let's give this a go. Oh. 2 successes.
Look at.
Oh my.
I don't even need to look. Everyone's opting.
All right. So Rakesh, 3 successes. You crush it. And Sergeant's got 2. So both of you can tell this is definitely from some sort of damage. And Rakesh, the reason you're stressing out here a little bit, even though you keep it together, is you realize that this is probably from like a explosive decompression on the inside of the flight deck that has like buckled a lot of these doors in just from the pressure of whatever happened. But you don't really see any physical damage to this side of or this section of the ship. It just seems the doors themselves are messed up.
So it's not ballistics damage or anything like that. It's more okay. I'll feed that back to the crew. Yeah.
Right, so this doesn't look like we're going to be able to enter from this side. Should we go around? Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. Should we go around the other side?
Yeah, let's attempt.
Come on, clock's ticking. Let's get going.
Better, yep.
All right. So Eckert and Petrovich bring it around the front of the ship, and then you guys come around to this side of the diagram to look at the other side of the flight deck, the starboard side. And this time, you see something a little bit different. So the doors on the left and right also have this explosive decompression damage, but the door in the center is completely gone. As a matter of fact, there's a massive hole in the side of the ship where very clearly there was explosive damage, and the door is completely gone, and areas around the door there's just shrapnel and twisted metal, mangled parts of the ship. And you also see there's like this dark black spot around that hole and kind of on this side of the ship, but it's focused around this massive gaping opening. And you just hear echo.
So when you say,
what the fuck?
So when you say black spot, is that looking like char, like remains from an explosion, or is it looking like something else?
Scorch marks.
It's hard to tell, but that appears to be what it is. Yeah, you'd probably have to really get up close to tell for sure. But from this distance, especially on these crappy monitors, that's what it looks like to you guys. You definitely see signs of that battle.
What about the garage and cargo bays 13? Are we able to access them? They look intact.
No, so those you guys would either know or be able to tell on your schematics that this is a cargo bay that would house APCs. So these do not have external doors. You can see the corridor here links those two, so they can drive the APCs over and then load them up into the dropships. So yeah, when if you have Eckert strafe a little bit further to the left, it's just the side of the ship. There's no openings or doors or anything.
As our dropship.
This is a Sin Eater shop, isn't it?
So
we established it.
So this, you guys know that the Sin Eater's unit, this is like their flagship, but because it's such a big ship, they often carry around other Marines. But the Sin Eaters unit themselves, this is the ship that they would travel the universe in.
Yeah, so it's like seeing the damage. It's like somebody has got some really big balls to start shooting at this ship.
Yes.
I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, you guys would absolutely
Okay.
think that.
And
Yeah.
the damage looks like something beyond what a typical, like say, like a rail gun or something like that. It looks the damage looks unusually severe and large to what you might expect from a typical sort of fight between military spacecraft.
No, I think it looks what you'd expect from a starship battle. I mean, it's that size and I mean that sort of thing. So, but you guys just can't tell what type of weapon it was from here.
Yeah. Okay.
Dropship have stuff on board that we could kind of scan the inside without actually getting out of our dropship. Like if we were to kind of go in through that hole and sort of, do we have any scanning?
You do have scanning equipment. I mean, it's not going to be much, but you can certainly try. If anybody would like, I guess the crew chief would probably just do this. So I'll roll for him. Except he doesn't have stats yet, so someone else is going to do it. Whoever would like can make a Comtech roll and see if you pick anything up.
My Comtech's not great. Anyone good at that?
I'll give. Yeah,
I'll give it a
I'm not
go.
necessarily good, but I'm happy to give it a go. Yeah.
All right. Well, Yazzie jumped on it first, so I guess she's doing it. But Yazzie, if you want to roll an extra die, we'll assume that DuBois is helping you. So in the chat log there, at the very bottom, underneath the chat log, you'll see there's some images of dice. Just click on the D6, and it'll add some text to your chat log, and then just hit enter to enter that, and it should roll you an extra dice.
Give me 2.
If you right-click, it'll change it back down to 1.
Aha. There we go.
All right, so you have no successes. Do you want to push?
I'll push. Yazzie's already a little bit peeved because, again, from her background, she wants to fly again. She's feeling a little bit of jealousy there after waking up, a little bit groggy.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give it a push.
All right.
Can I give her some encouraging, calming down kind of? I can see that she's kind of tripping at the moment about the whole flying thing.
Sure.
So can I just put a camaraderie arm around her and calm her down a wee bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if that helps the role, but I'm starting to think that probably Yazzie's going to be my buddy for this mission.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll, and then you can add the extra die, for his assist.
All right. So for this, am I just pushing the roll up top, or is there another setting I need to?
Just click that button that says push, that big green button, and then just roll an extra dice after that, because it won't factor in because we didn't do it the first time.
Come on, Yazzie, you've got this. Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
There she goes. That's my girl.
I mean, if you get another success, that could be really good, so just roll 1 extra.
Okay, let's just throw in a d6. Fingers crossed.
Ooh, almost.
No, man.
All right. Okay, 2
Close.
successes. So this is a good example of where you might be able to use a stunt. So if you want to go to your character sheet, go to your skills tab, and then click on that little wrench icon next to Comtech. Those are some suggestions, but if there's something else you want to use your extra success for, because remember, typically in Alien, you only need 1 success to pass. All the extras are called stunts. So if you want to ask something with your extra success or try to do something extra, feel free to ask.
Okay. Just to double check, the device that we're using, is it like built into the ship's console? Is it like a separate device?
Yeah. You're basically up in the cockpit with the pilot and the crew chief, and you're like leaning over Petrovic's shoulder to hit some buttons.
Okay, I'm gonna push some buttons. Yep. Go ahead, Cam.
I was just saying, with the stunts, you should choose the one that gets new and unexpected information. But so we're all going
Or helps you with the future role.
Or show off. That's always a good one.
Yeah,
I was going to aim with show off. Yazzie was going to flip a couple of switches, push a couple of buttons, and then give a firm smack to the top of the console where there are no buttons. And then there you have it. And she's going to give a little smug look to the pilots. Go, there you go.
Petrovich looks a little pissed off at that, but you see a corner of Eckert's smile kind of grin. And she says, maybe you can switch out with him next mission, huh? And he gives her like a dirty look. And what you're able to discover here, you can see partially inside the dropship, or inside the hangar. But again, the ship has no power, so it is completely dark. There are no lights on whatsoever. And you can tell there is definitely damage inside the hangar. You can probably see at least the wreckage of a dropship kind of tangled in some of the metal. And you are picking up... you're picking up really strange readings of something on the outside of the ship here. This dark scorch mark is not coming up as like a scorch mark or weapons fire, but you're not sure what it is. But the ship is not it's like not in the registry. It has no idea what it is. Like it's coming up unidentified, basically.
Yazzie's just going to make the comment, look at the scans, just saying, what kind of mess happened here? Just a general rhetorical question.
Yeah, I believe in the background you gave us, you said that we'd heard rumors of certain stuff. Would any of those rumors be, like, linked to this? If black stuff, I think was that in the rumors that we saw in the background.
That's up to your imagination here, because your characters, unless it says in your background otherwise, have not experienced any of this. A lot of these rumors are either generally through the core or through what you've heard the PCs from the main campaign, their squad, on their missions. They haven't had any like orbital spaceship battles, so they haven't encountered anything of this scale. So there's nothing in particular from their stories that sticks out. But all your minds probably immediately go to, UPP or UPP bioweapon maybe, because that's what you've heard a lot of, and you know that this fleet was sent out to go counter the UPP fleet that had annexed the UA system. So you guys are probably thinking, well, obviously those two fleets encountered and had a battle, and this is what's left. What are those communist bastards up to?
So when you say we're getting weird signals, are we getting signals that it's any living signals off that weird black stuff, or just not?
It's just a vibe. It's just a vibe, I think.
It's coming up as unidentified, what's the term? Not organism.
Material?
But like, unidentified substance. Yeah, something like
material?
That. Yeah.
Sarge, can we just get into the ship maybe instead of going for a grand tour? I mean, we can go to the launch hangar. That should be okay. We're on the clock.
Fly the ship in. I haven't lost any men yet, or women, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. The more information we have, the safer we're going to be. But we can at least fly the dropship in and have a better look around.
All right. Cool. Well, why don't you guys discuss for a moment? I need to use the bathroom really quick. Discuss how you want to enter here. Also, I do want to just point out, it's not labeled on the map, but anywhere you see the letter A, that is an airlock. So the ones on the top of the ship, the dorsal side for our nautical fans out there, those are on the actual top part of the ship. And the one down here, the bottom, that's the keel of the ship. And the ones on the side, you can imagine that those are both on the port and starboard side. And those would be like personal airlocks where, you know, you go in as a person rather than as a full ship or a object. So there are a couple entrance points there as well than just the hangars. So discuss amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, could I just ask one quick question?
Yeah.
So, just what is the scale of our dropship compared to the big ship?
It fits in this door right down here above number 9. So actually here I'll give you guys I'll put a token out here. All right. You see this token right here?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Teeny tiny.
Yeah, if you zoom in.
Yeah.
So
Zoom in.
that token is probably twice the size of what your ship actually would be compared to this.
Okay.
I can fit in sideways.
Yeah. I mean, obviously not to scale, because there's, 12 of you in that dropship, and this ship could carry, like, up to 3,000 people. So,
But roughly-ish.
yeah.
All right, cool.
But it's made to go
We're looking
through
at a
that.
skyscraper.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this thing is, like... Actually, I'll get the dimensions in just a second, and I can tell you. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think we should probably just
Alright,
go in on the
okay.
underside. The vent, as it's called, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I
Yep,
agree
Yazzie,
with
you
that.
agree? Let's get in there and have a look. The scans are only giving us so much.
Mm. Hopefully the artificial gravity's working as well.
Was that your tummy's feeling a bit troublesome?
Yeah, I don't really feel like
Yeah.
doing a lot of zero-G work yet. So,
Not with the helmet on, anyway.
yeah. No.
Well, at least you'll keep the
I'm-
smell to yourself.
Yeah.
I might just take a quick
I
break,
just gotta
actually,
put
while
something-
Christopher's gone.
Yeah, I'll duck back in one sec. Bye.
All right. I have like a bladder the size of a peanut, so I take like 2 sips of water and I gotta go. All right, let's see here. Courtesy of Aliens: The Blueprints, we can tell you some very specific stuff about a starship of this size and make. Let us see here while we wait for the others. Okay, this ship is 731 meters long, which for our American people is 2,400 feet.
800 yards.
And I don't know what beam and draft mean in terms of what measurement that is.
Beam is from starboard to port, and draft would be top to bottom.
Okay, so beam is width then.
Oh, fancy.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the beam is just under 100 meters. And top to bottom, draft is 182 meters.
Long and skinny, just the way I like it.
Not going to comment on that.
I've been in cryo for quite some time, if you don't mind.
Yep. All right, so big ship.
Big shit.
All right, so it sounded, because I've got my sweet cordless headset here. You guys are going to go through the underside hangar?
Yep. We're gonna slide in.
All right, wonderful. Okay, So they bring it underneath. You guys see the door. The hangar door is closed. And you see Eckert is trying to put in, like, you know, codes to signal the ship to open. But nothing's happening. She says,
Any
Surprise.
signs of damage there?
no. No, it looks untouched.
Not yet. Yazzie's not flying.
Yeah, Sarge, there's no power to this thing. You might be able to manually open it if you got on board, but I can't do anything from out here.
Maybe we should just
Do
go
we
in
wanna-
through the hangar. Or the flight deck.
Mhm.
Or is that giant hole
Unless we want to deploy through a one of the
Personnel
personnel
hatches.
airlocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
If we
there's
were-
an airlock we can connect with.
If we went to the dorsal one, that takes us in spitting distance to Mother.
Yeah, that'd probably be a
that's-
good idea if we maneuver over there.
Would we
Right,
expect
yeah,
that
let's do
those
it.
would work if the comms is down? Or is that communication between the ships down?
Sorry, say that again?
Would we expect that those airlocks would still work if the communication between our ship and that is down? Or
Even if the power is down, you might be able to physically force the airlock open.
Manually.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a handle
all right,
and a pump.
Mm-hmm.
all right. Well, let's give
Let's
that
do
a
it.
go then.
Yep, let's do
let
it.
the Uber, let the Uber driver know where we're heading.
All right. So which one are you guys going to? This one up top?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll put your token up here for your ship. There you go. I gave you a fancy ship with a name tag and everything. Look at that.
Look at that. We
Yeah,
didn't
there we
do,
go.
we have to pay, do we have to pay any extra for that?
No. No, that's the Gloria Foundry right there.
Look at that.
All right. So she brings the ship in. Now, she can't really land on top of the Nan-Shan because it's not just even, right? You know, like any good sci-fi ship, it's like the Star Destroyer. There's just, you know, channels and rivets and antennas and things.
Shit everywhere.
So she's hovering, and she can get pretty close. But she's like, Sarge, if you guys want out, man, you're gonna have to do a little spacewalk here.
Too easy.
What would the actually forcing it open? What kind of role is that?
Most likely heavy machinery, or you
Yeah.
could try to blow it up if it's like. But that probably might not be a good idea. But it is an
That's a
option.
bit early.
For Marines, that's always an option.
Yeah. Come on, Sarge, let's get cracking. Let's do the spacewalk. Come on. I've got heavy machinery. I'm ready to
All
go.
right,
All
fair
right.
enough. Out we go.
Okay.
Should we tie ourselves sort of together so that we don't float off?
Nah, we're fine.
Unfortunately,
Relative motion.
Rakesh left the polymer rope back on the ship.
Yeah. Yes. We go back and get it.
Yeah.
We can all hold hands.
Do you guys have anything to use, or are you just gonna free jump it?
Free jump it. I mean, we're all moving the same speed.
Okay, it's up
Yeah.
to you. I'm just asking for when things go horribly wrong.
Thanks, Chris.
I thought that the foot lockering you could have still stuff that's in the dropship, but you have to
Yeah.
decide at that
No,
point.
you can.
Yeah.
If you put it in
Because
the
I would have brought all
dropship,
my
it's fine.
gear,
Does
but what I
anyone have
actually
any rope?
take with me now, I would have the rope with me,
Okay.
not on my person, but yeah, we can use it.
Sure.
So if it's a case of the person most adept at doing a spacewalk heads down with the rope and tethers it on, which can assist the rest of us, perhaps.
Okay.
Would that be a mobility roll or
Yeah.
survival?
I get a +2 to mobility rolls in 0G, so I'm happy to try and go out and tether it for us.
Oh, that's
Squad
right.
leader goes first,
Sergeant.
leading from the front.
Sergeant
Mr.
Greene. Actually, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Because I think it's in your backstory how he got that, right? I think you all have enlisted events for your characters on your description.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was trained by the MAU for Operation Crossbow, which was a secret attempt to see as a UPP space station. However, the operation never actually took place, or I didn't participate in it if it did. So I was trained in 0G, but I didn't actually have to go on the final mission that I was trained for. So just nice bonus skills.
But you got the 0G training talent though, which we rarely get to see actually used in Aliens. So yeah, use it while you can.
What could go wrong?
Now, as you guys are getting yourself prepped for this, and she's lining up the dropship, DuBois, your actual in-game buddy, Corporal Carvalho, comes over to you and he like taps you on the side of the arm, and he's like, "Hey, look, I know you already know this, but you know, can you keep an eye out for anything about Isaac or Ariarchus? And what you know is his younger brother Isaac is a member of the Sin Eaters, and you know that he was stationed on Ariarchus. Well, let me tell the back. You have since found out, since Fort Nebraska on Ariarchus was destroyed under mysterious circumstances, you have learned through Carvalho that his younger brother was granted a posthumous like medal after the fact, but he is technically MIA, like the official records say MIA, but the medal more or less kind of indicates that they assume he's dead, but there's he can't get any information, and he's been desperately trying to find out, and no one knows for sure what happened at Ariarchus. When you guys got there, when you were returning and you guys were going to join this particular fleet, you guys got there and Ariarchus was destroyed, mysteriously nuked, and nobody knows why or how. So he's like, can you keep an eye out? You know, I really wanted to go out, but Sarge picked a different group. So
Yep, I put my hand. I put my hand on his shoulder.
Sorry,
he's talking to me. He's talking to me.
Yeah, I was talking.
I thought I was going out first. Never
yeah,
mind.
but
no, this is
while you guys are getting suited up or ready.
It's what they call a cutscene in a movie. No. This is Pavlov's gun. Don't worry. I put my hand on Pilar's shoulder and I said, "Buddy, I've got your 6. Okay, we're tight.
Appreciate it.
Don't sweat the small stuff.
All right.
No worries."
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I go over and I push Sergeant out the airlock.
Yep. So what happens is actually, so you guys are all in the back of the dropship. You're all in your suits, and she opens up that rear cargo hatch, so you guys are exposed to the vacuum of space, but everyone else is strapped in. Then you guys are, starting to hook up the ropes and everything. So, Sergeant Greene, if you want to go ahead and give us a mobility roll with your bonus to see if you can land on the ship.
How do I add the bonus?
Right click on the name of the skill and a little box will pop up, and then you can add 2 dice to where it says base modifier. Just put a 2 and that should do it. That can't be right.
1.
Oh yeah, your agility.
Yeah, I think my base.
No,
yeah,
it should be 4 though, because your agility is 2. You should be rolling 4 dice.
Oh, okay.
That's weird. Well, you have a success. Just roll an extra dice, see if you get an extra one.
I don't know what I've done here. Sorry, just a sec.
That's okay.
Try that again.
All right. Okay, well, you do have the 1 success. So we see Sarge hooks up the rope and then does like a little just descent from the ship. You land pretty much right next to the airlock, and you can secure the rope so that everyone else can just use it to kind of, rappel themselves down, or space repel, whatever you want to call it. But I will need mobility tests from everyone else. However, you guys can also have a +2 bonus because you've got the rope here. So don't fuck up.
Well, I wasn't going to until you said that.
Just a walk in the park.
There we go.
All right. And Yazzie?
Yep, I'm just trying to get it to give me my modifier.
I'm not sure why I've only got 2 dice, because I should have 3 for agility.
Oh, that's weird.
Ooh.
Hold on. Let me test something here really quick.
Sure.
Okay, I just did mobility off your character sheet. It should be a total of 5. So you have 3
hold on.
agility and 2 mobility. I wonder. Now it did. Oh wait, no, that was the wrong skill. Try this again. I wonder
That's
if.
weird.
I bet it's because you're encumbered. Maybe the game is giving you a negative. Even though that's not actually a rule in the game. But
Yeah.
I suspect that might be why it's doing it. So.
Okay. Well, I got a success. That's the main thing.
All right. Okay, nobody goes barreling out into space, I don't think. Yazzie almost does. She panics a little bit as she loses her grip, but she gets her shit back together, and you all make it successfully to the airlock. Let me see, is this one locked? Yes. This one is shut. I'll need a heavy machinery roll from someone to get it open.
Alright,
I can do that if you want.
It's not my fault.
I'm not I'll give it a go. Oh, well, I mean, I gave it a go. That's the main thing. I'm going to push it. I realised I was actually pushing the handle instead of pulling it, so I'm just going to.
Okay.
How does
See, that's what it
commands work
Sorry, was that Carmon?
again?
How does what work?
Can you just remind me how command works?
Okay, so command you
Does
can
that
do.
give them any advantage?
It does.
Command.
You can do command for 2
Okay.
things. The first thing you can do is you can do a command check to give an order to another character, and for every success you get, they get a bonus dice if they do whatever your order was. The other thing, and even more important, is you can use command to pull somebody out of panic if they're suffering from a panic result that's preventing them from acting, and you just have to get 1 success, and then their panic ends. So it's got 2
Okay,
uses.
sorry, you're a sec on the first use. Could you say the first use again?
Yeah, so you, for every success you roll, they get an extra dice on their roll if they do whatever you ordered them to.
Okay, cool. Can I try that with Bill's character?
Well, he already passed the
Would he-
test, but yeah,
Oh, all right, fair enough.
yeah, normally yes, you
In
could. But,
future.
yep. Okay, so you got the 1 success. The stress
Maybe
pays
we can
off.
do it with, yeah, but hey, Cameron, maybe we can give it a try with Yazzie. Yazzie, give it a go.
Well, DuBois got it open at this point.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah.
she, so just find the manual override, really, and you're able to get it open. You can tell, though, that the pressurization system is obviously not working, but it looks like there was no pressure in here to begin with, so there's not like an explosion or anything. So you get it open. It's a small airlock. You can all fit inside, no big deal. And then you can close it behind you if you want, but as you can tell, the ship has no power, so it looks like probably doesn't matter, but it's up to you. And then you can just open the interior door as well and then actually get into the hallway.
Alright, so the airlock, so the inside of the main ship doesn't seem to be pressurized.
No, it does not.
And I'm assuming we've got no artificial gravity?
No, so you guys get this next door open. No roll, we'll assume it's something similar. And you guys get in, and basically you're at the top of an elevator shaft. So the airlock opens up, and then, there's a little staging area, and then there's the elevator shaft in front of you. The elevator is here, it's at the top. It's like a cargo elevator, kind of like what Ripley was using when she was getting around Hadley's Hope and the Queen was chasing her. So something to that nature. And as you guys get in here, you can tell, yeah, there's no gravity. There's definitely no oxygen. There's no lights. The only lights you guys have are the lights on your shoulders from your armor, your shoulder lamps. So everything is pitch black.
All
Yeah.
right.
Mm.
Out of curiosity, how much? Sorry, how does the air supply of suits work? How long will that last?
I will tell you when to make air rolls, and you will roll to see how much oxygen you're consuming. Your suits, I think, had a 4 or 5 air supply. First off, make sure you guys have your actual suit equipped. Make sure it's on the active section of your character sheet, because it has an armor value. So we want to make sure that is there. Make sure your M3 personal armor is de-equipped, because that is not worn at the same time as your suit. So be sure you switch those on your character sheet to start. And once you have the suit equipped, on your general tab of your character sheet, you'll see in the bottom left, it'll show your air and armor values. So these suits have an air value of 4. So I'll tell you when you need to make air rolls. So they could last a really long time, or you might get through them really fast. It just depends.
Yikes.
All right. Super
Right, so
reliable.
presumably there's no power to the elevator. So can we go past it and climb down the elevator shaft?
So it looks like there is no way to access underneath the elevator shaft. You can tell there is probably a ladder there, but there's no way to get past the actual elevator. However, you do see that there is a stairwell nearby that you can use.
Let's use the stairs.
All right, down
We'll start
the
taking the
stairwell, I
stairs.
guess.
And get my steps up for the day.
All
Oh,
right.
I mean, we're 0 G, so
So you get the door open into
Thank
the
God,
stairwell. Yep.
killing steps. My God.
Well, you're going down too, right? So that's the easy way to go down steps. I think what's going on there, Yazzie, is I think you have both pieces of your armor equipped. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to unequip it.
Just left and right click on the icon of the item, and it'll move it between active and inactive. There you go. And now,
There we go.
Yep, so now it shows you got just fine. Perfect. There you go. Progress. So you get into the air or the stairwell, and basically just hold the railing to hand over hand to pull yourselves down. And it does like one of these. It goes this way, then that way. Kind of like a fire escape on the outside of an apartment building. So it's several flights of steps, but eventually you get down, and I'll put your guys' tokens here so you can mess around with your tokens on the ship.
Saying we're in Australia. Our fire escapes are inside our buildings.
Oh,
We get the point.
well,
No external ones over here.
I guess we're lucky if we even have fire escapes, right? So let's just be happy we have them. All right, put your character sheets. So obviously these are not to scale, but just so we know roughly where in the ship you guys are. So you basically, we'll use Sergeant Greene since she's the squad leader. We'll put wherever his token is, that's where you guys are, and we'll just have you guys out here for now. So you guys get to the bottom of this stairwell, and there's a massive corridor that leads to the front and back of the ship. And the EEV pods, at least one section of them, is right where you guys come out. And they are both on the starboard and port side of the ships. There's probably like 24 on each side, and they can each fit, probably, 10, 20 people.
I'm doing an observation roll on the EEV so we can see.
There's no need to. You can see that it appears all of them are still here. They have not been launched. They appear undamaged and untouched.
Okay, that's weird. It's like, where is everyone? Nobody's left the ship.
If they haven't bailed, where are they?
They're still here somewhere.
All right. Well, let's see what Mother can tell us.
Towards Mother first, yeah.
Well, actually, there's not going to be any point to move towards Mother because I just realised there's no power. So presumably Mother will not have any power. Can we head, just looking at the map, to the power core? See if we can get the power back online. It's not that far from us.
Yeah, this is the power core right here, this huge tower.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we can't
Yeah. Well,
access
if
any-
if Mother doesn't have any backup power sources or anything, then yeah, we'll have to head there.
So what you guys would all know is Mother is built very much in the way that a flight recorder is, in the sense that the Mother room is reinforced the way that a flight recorder box is. So it takes a tremendous amount of punishment to damage a mother unit. However, and they have their own backup power. So in theory, Mother is probably or should still be running, but she wouldn't be able to access any other parts of the ship at the moment. So the only thing she's really gonna be able to do, if she is still operational, is probably act like a flight recorder, in that she can maybe tell you what happened. But other than that, she's not gonna be able to give you readings of the ship or control any of the ship's systems until power is restored.
Yeah. So I mean, as much as
now would be useful.
yeah, I mean, as much as I love Scooby-Doo, I don't want to be walking through the darkened corridors the whole time. If we can get power up and running, it might answer some of our questions.
Well, I think I might pull rank on you, and I think we should go and check on Mother first, because if we have an idea of what the lead up to this is, we can have a better idea of what the best solution is.
Can I counter? We could split into 2 teams of 2.
Nice.
I can take Yazzie, and you can go with Rakesh. We can fix power up, and you can go and talk to Mother.
And in the
Right,
worst case scenario, if Mother doesn't have power, at least 2 of us are heading that way to get some power up and running at least.
Yeah,
Just in
we
case
stay in
something's
contact
happening.
Yeah, we use internal comms to keep in touch.
Yep.
Yeah, comms
Yeah, I was
comms
just
seem to
gonna
be
ask,
working.
do we have-
You guys have comms right now to each other and right now to your dropship. There's no interference. Also, you guys are free to have private comms to anyone in the squad, so you can do private channels or open channels, things like that. So, yeah. So are we gonna split up then? 2 teams of 2.
Sure.
2 fire teams,
what
as
you're
we
on.
call it in the Alien universe. All right.
Yep.
Okay.
That's all we need.
So
Who's going where?
So
I'm going with
DuBois
Sergeant
Greene
Greene to Mother.
Okay.
and DuBois and Yazzie are going to head down to the power core to see if we can press a big red button and get everything working.
All right. So we will start with Rakesh and Greene. You guys are creeping down the hall, and yeah, there's no gravity, so there's detritus floating here and there. Random stuff in the hallways, maybe a supply crate or some dust particles and a little bit of damage here and there. But it is eerily empty and quiet. You can see there's a lot of frost, and obviously the ship has been running cold for quite some time. So you can see most of the surfaces are frosted over with ice to varying degrees. When you get to this elevator shaft, you're going to need to force the door open. There's no power, so I will need a heavy machinery roll to get through the door.
Okay.
You want to do that one?
And you,
I'll just check.
do
Heavy
the-
machinery's not my thing. I've only got strength of 3. So, yeah, what's your strength and heavy machineries?
and do any of you
I can
have any
assist.
equipment
my
that might help?
strength 4.
Mm.
And you can assist, obviously. That'll give you a bonus die.
Yeah, so
Or could I do the command and then add that to his?
You could potentially get more dice with the command, but the assist is guaranteed.
Yeah, because
You can open the door.
or
That's
command I get 7 dice? Oh,
Yes.
You want to
I'll
get
do
done.
that, if that's all right.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. All right.
Do you want to push? Try to get more?
That rolled the right number of dice.
I'll just I'll roll my heavy machinery roll.
Oh, too easy.
Okay, so she pushed, so that's a total of 3 successes. So Rakesh, go ahead and roll 3 extra dice. Just re-roll it.
Okay.
And add 3, because you didn't have any successes.
Right.
So just re-roll it and add 3. That's a big old donut.
You should open the goddamn door.
It's a door. Come on. We're Marines. We don't get beaten by doors.
Yeah. We didn't bring a cutting torch, did we?
All right,
I've got a cutting torch.
let me have a go. Can I have a go at opening it?
Well, Rakesh, do you want to push before she tries?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Have you
I really
pulling it so that
put
she
my
can
back
push
into it
or
this
you've been
time.
Pulling on it. That'd be typical.
Oh my god.
Wow. Yeah, you can't
Not really good at
get
this
a
job.
grip. Your hand is slipping on the ice. The thing is just, yeah, you're basically just trying to force open a cargo elevator with your bare hands. It's not working.
Oh, wait a minute. This is embarrassing. All right, step aside. Let me give this a go. If that's
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Heavy machinery. Oh, wow. Okay. So because you panicked, you can't actually push. So the two of you are sitting here trying to get this door open, and it appears you have met your most formidable foe yet.
At the door?
It's just not happening.
And it's not a tabletop roleplay game unless you get defeated by it.
Stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see how you do on your door, mate.
So,
Oh,
we'll switch back as you guys are going to have to figure out something else to do here. DuBois and Yazzie, you guys get to the cooling tower, and the door here is closed as well. So I'll need a heavy machinery to get this bad boy open.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay.
You can assist
well,
if you'd like.
Yep, I'll give an assist. Any... Cool. For the assist, is there any settings I need to...
Nope, you just
do
say
or
that
anything?
as long as you can narratively, it makes sense, which obviously it does. You both will try to work the door together. The person you're assisting gets a bonus dice.
Cool. I will
so
give an assist.
Okay, how do I add the bonus dice to my roll, Chris?
Right-click on heavy machinery and then add it to the base modifier when that little box pops up.
Oh, look at that.
Whoa, you're so strong. Holy cow.
Yippee! I'm gonna use one of my stunts to just show off, audio show off over the radio. Yeah.
What about the other stunts?
this-
You got 2.
Yeah, let me just, oh, sorry, man.
You got to show off 3 times.
Yeah. I mean, I
Is
could.
there an option to give a success to another character in a similar situation?
Well, I'm thinking,
Yes, but you couldn't
that'd be
give
nice.
it... Not over the radio. They'd have to be
No.
there. Yeah.
Can we be inspired? We can be inspired by his success. He gives us
DuBois' words of
renewed-
encouragement.
so
He tells us
Yeah,
that
so-
we've been pushing on the door and it's actually a pull door.
Well, if
Yeah,
DuBois
so
can do
actually,
it,
I'm
anyone
gonna-
can.
I'm gonna say for the extra stunt, I don't need to roll to overcome the exact same challenge in the future.
That is a wise choice. All right.
And
Nice
Yazzie's
indeed.
got to add to the plug, telling her, that's how it's done, girl.
So you
Well,
easily
they
get,
call us
you seem to
18.
easily get this door open, which surprises
I'm
you.
not even sure it was locked, to be honest.
Yeah, because this is supposed to be one of the more secure areas of the ship. So this
What's
area,
frozen over?
the power core, it is this massive 4-story cylindrical tall room that almost goes from the entire top to the bottom of the ship. At the very top, there's the cooling tower, which is a separate room, which helps to cool the core. Basically, there's a big reactor core, a lithium hydride fusion plant, which is in here.
Nice.
And there are catwalk balconies on each level that circle around the core itself. And there's a variety of ladders you use to get down to the various floors. You guys are more or less at like the second to the top.
Yeah.
The only thing that's on in here, there are some red emergency lights. They're solid, they're not flashing or anything. So you can kind of see around a little bit, but otherwise you can tell the core is currently off.
And would I know where the workstation is to bring it back online?
Yeah, there's actually, you can see there's a station at each level where there's like a command terminal.
Okay. So DuBois is going to go to the nearest workstation and just simply click fingers and bring the whole thing back online.
Okay.
That's how it works, right?
So...
Yazzie's going to follow and give a hand.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're looking over this, and it is like this thing is 100% dead. You've never seen anything quite like this. You can tell there's got to be some juice left in this, and if you get it going again, you should be able to get it going. However, you can tell this is going to take a while. So this is going to require a heavy machinery, but it is formidable, so it is -3. And it's probably going to take a couple hours to get this going, because it looks like you're going to have to manually do this at every single command terminal here. There's at least 4 of them. It's going to take some time.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh boy.
I'm going to radio Sarge and say, look, Sarge, we're at the workstation. We're looking to get the power core back online, but it's going to be a long, formidable task. Do you still want us to go ahead with this? I'm quite happy to do it if you're happy for me to do it.
Well, I think if maybe you could come here and give us a hand with this door, that would be great, seeing as you're so talented in that area.
I mean, obviously you outrank me, and it wouldn't be for me to question your orders, but do we not want to get power back up and running in the ship as opposed to you opening a door?
Well, look,
I'm not the only person on this ship that can open a door. Surely.
Evidence would suggest otherwise. If you could come give us a hand, then we'll all head back over there to get the power online. But let's get through this door first.
Yeah.
Must be something important on the other
absolutely.
side if it's so well locked.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I can't wait for everyone to help get the reactor back up and running, especially those who can't open the door. Absolutely.
It would.
Yazzie's going to jump in and say, look, just considering how much time and effort it's going to take, who knows if we're going to have enough oxygen in our tanks for it. So at this stage, why not go see if Mother's got backup.
If we're worried about oxygen consumption, then surely getting power back online is going to be our number 1 priority.
Well, you guys
considering how long
arguing
it's going to take
is wasting
power up and
oxygen.
running, yeah, we're going to waste oxygen. We might not have enough in the tank, and we don't need the whole ship powered. We might only need a little bit of backup power somewhere here and there.
We don't have backup power. The reactor's not running, so we won't get any power from anywhere unless we get this thing running.
Unless Mother's got backup power, we can at least assess the situation, see if there's anything that can help us.
Yeah, just
Okay,
let's stop wasting your oxygen right now. Come over here, give us a hand with this door, and we'll take it from there. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
I was already on my way, Sergeant. Trust me.
All right. So you guys regroup. You guys can move your tokens over there with the others. And we will assume between the 4 of you and the fact that DuBois had her,
Don't make
her
these
stunt, there's no roll needed. But yeah, this door, it's like almost frozen shut. It takes all 4 of you, 2 on each side, to force this thing open. You hear an audible crack as some ice comes apart, and you're able to get into the elevator. Now, even though the elevator's not working, you do notice that there is a emergency manual hatch at the top in the ceiling that you can unscrew. You know, it's got like one of those nautical wheel hatches to open up, and you can get on top of the the elevator, and then you can access the ladder that goes up and down. So, it's easy enough to get up there, especially with no gravity. You don't have to jump or anything, and it's easy enough to float to the top and just use the ladders to get up to the top there, and you get up to the bridge, which is number 16 right here. So you get to the top of the elevator shaft, and there is a rather reinforced door here to get into the bridge. But again, DuBois, you're figuring out how these systems work and where the overrides are and the things like that. So this one's a little bit more complex because it's the bridge door, but for sake of argument, it just takes a little bit of time, and you guys get this open. But I think we will do an air roll because the elevator door does take some effort. So everybody, just on your character sheet, just click where it says air next to in the bottom left corner of the general tab of your character sheet. I think if you click on the little parachute icon, it'll roll 4 stress dice. And if you roll any face huggers, that will reduce your air by however many face huggers you roll. And it should automatically deduct it from your character sheet.
Doing all the hard work.
Ooh. Wait, so what do we do?
You click on that little, just left click on that little parachute icon next to the number of your air on the general tab. There you go.
I don't seem to have a parachute next to mine.
On your character sheet on the front page.
Yeah, make sure you're on the general tab of your character sheet.
Right, I was in the inventory. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. It looks... I mean, to me, it looks like a parachute dropping supplies. That's what that icon looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so everyone except
I'm not good with doors, but I'm good at breathing.
Yep. Okay, but you only lost one air. That's not terrible.
I would just like to put on the record, fuck you guys. I'm doing all the bloody work, and I'm the one that's using all the bloody oxygen, bastards.
Oh, that yelling.
Anyway, I've got
At least you're not a waste of oxygen for once, so...
Oh, damn. I think I know who the rivals are in this group.
Yeah, I'll wait for something Greene to open the door.
All right.
If I got 2 successes on the air supply roll, can I just automatically succeed at my next one?
No. That's not how the successes mean nothing on supply rolls, unfortunately. So.
Unless you promise to hold your breath until the next one.
Yeah.
I've just been so cool, calm, and collected that I've used even less air than
It's because you've been basically sitting on your ass the whole time.
Him do all the work.
Do you have the talent calm? I think it's calm breather by chance.
No.
All right. If you had that, maybe, but since you don't, no. So you guys get the door to the bridge open, and it's a fairly large room. There's a big command chair in the middle where the captain would be sitting and can kind of look over everybody, and then all the other stations are kind of around her in like or him in like a kind of a U shape. You can see there is a massive viewport window, which would be on this, obviously the front, the side of the ship here, and it has a retractable blast field, which is currently down. So you can't see out into space. Pitch black in here.
So there's no there's no blinking lights indicating that there's backup power?
Not in here, no. But you guys scan your lights around, and you can see that there is dark spots of frozen liquid all over the bridge, everywhere.
DuBois, what is this stuff?
Well, it's interesting because I'm actually still down by the cooling tower at the moment. I'm hoping Chris hasn't taken it. He's got a personal vendetta again. I'm just staying there.
No, you can. Are you able to move your token, Philip? You should be able to.
Well, I suppose I could.
There you go.
As soon as you put it like that.
All right.
All right. Can I do an observation roll on the frozen black or dark stuff?
Absolutely. Yeah, anybody can who
Alright.
wishes to.
I'll
Now,
do one
hold
as
on,
well,
I'm just...
if that's okay.
Well, what I'm going to do, would it help, Chris, if I equip my CBRN detection kit?
That is for radiation. It would have actually, I should have pointed out, when you went into the power core, your CBRN your Geiger counter would have actually started going off, and it would have been telling you that there was there's strong radiation, obviously, part of the problem, and actually that is going to come into play here for you and Yazzie. So let me.
That probably explains why I saw Yazzie's bones through a spacesuit.
Yep.
I thought that was a bit thought that was unusual at the time.
So
okay, yeah, I was doing an observation. So
well, let's take care of the radiation first here. So I just want to point out. So it's radiation comes in 3 levels in Alien: weak, strong, and extreme. And basically, for each amount of turn or unit of time that you're there, you potentially take on more radiation. And radiation can actually do permanent health damage to your character. Strong radiation means you gain a point of rad every turn that you spend there. A turn is about 10 to 15 minutes. I don't think you guys spent that much time there because you didn't start any repairs.
Yeah.
But keep that in mind. When you guys go there, there's a chance you can take damage. Now, rads will go away over time as long as they don't do permanent damage. But if they do get through and do the permanent damage, you're stuck with that for your character's life cycle. But there's no radiation up here. But yeah, if you want, we'll assume you've got other scientific stuff you can use to analyze things like that. So we'll give you a +1 bonus to your observation roll.
Okay, let me just have a +1.
I like telling him what to do, so can I command? Oh, no, you've already rolled. Never mind.
I don't need you to Sarge to tell me what to do to succeed. I've got it covered. Thank you.
So there's no doubt in your mind, DuBois, that this whole room is coated in what is now frozen blood. There was some sort of massacre that happened in here, but there is not a single body.
Is there any evidence of like bullet holes or firearms damage or?
No, that's the weird thing. There is not.
Okay.
And
so I'm going to report these findings to the rest of the mystery gang. So.
Yes, and as you guys are looking around, and DuBois kind of points this out, you all gain a point of stress when you realize the amount of blood that has coated this room. It is very obvious that several people, if not double-digit number of people, met a gruesome end here.
Just to establish a timeline, is this attached to the walls and therefore there would have been gravity when the blood was shed, or is that also floating?
No, there is no floating blood. It is all coated to the floor, the command stations, and even some up on the ceiling.
And is the majority of it on the floor? Like it looks like it's pulled with when the gravity was still working and everything?
Yes. And DuBois, I will point out, actually no, you only have 1 success, so you don't notice anything else.
Yeah, damn it.
If you want to push, to.
Yeah, do you know what? Oh no, I've already got 2 stress.
Well, you can reduce your stress by 1, because you could push before you gain the stress for realizing you're standing in an abattoir.
Okay. So all right.
Come on, make yourself useful.
She's literally done everything so far.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is like a solo mission.
Right? Oh, okay.
Well, balls.
No, okay, so you don't notice anything.
No, didn't. It's because the sergeant put me off. I was in the zone.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And then, let me just move Yazzie's token here. There is, this room here is like a little access corridor that attaches from the bridge to Mother. But yeah, there's no bodies, just a shit ton of blood. and no like signs of gunfire or anything like that.
Is the door to Mother open or shut?
The door is shut to get to this little access corridor. It's called an interface corridor. But that's, you guys can get open, no problem. But then you see the door to Mother, and you all know that this is usually the most restricted section of a ship. Usually only one or two, maybe a handful of people in the crew have access to this. The captain, maybe the second in command, sometimes one of the synthetics might have access. This being a military ship similar to the one you guys are from, you guys would know the only way to get into this is you're going to need an access card and you're going to need access codes. It looks like Mother is still operational. You can tell the thing to put in the code is still working, still powered. But you would know the captain would have an access key, potentially other crew, but you don't necessarily know who on this ship. And they would have the codes as well.
They would have the codes. So we, like, memorized?
Probably.
On the dead bodies?
Well, they might have written it down somewhere.
One can hope.
Okay.
All right.
Getting into this room's a bust. We should be doing something else.
I thought you were master of the doors.
I can't get into this one.
Oh, well,
Can I search that room we're in where the conflict took place to see if there's anything that may have been left behind by
give me
the people who were...
Observation roll.
Oh,
3
nice.
successes.
All right.
He gets his magnifying glass out.
Yeah, what would you like to use your stunts for here?
Okay. Because I'm searching for on the off chance that a key card's been dropped or any sort of notes that might give any hints as to accessing Mother.
All right.
But I'm not too sure what to use stunts for.
Okay, well that's okay. I've got some ideas here. So first of all, you do a thorough search of the room. You do not find a key card. However, you do see that underneath the arm of the captain's chair, there is a compartment which you know is where they usually keep a backup key, or the captain will store their key there. It is empty. The key is missing. Someone obviously took it. You also do find, like under one of the terminals, you do find a pistol, unfired, coated in blood. It has a clip of ammunition in it. And you also, in another part of the room, it looks like someone had drawn their knife. The knife has blood on it as if it stabbed something, but was clearly left behind. The third thing you notice that no one else has spotted, you see that there is a ventilation cover that is torn to shit. And there's an open ventilation shaft that leads into this room. And when you peer up there, you can see smears of blood going into the shaft.
While that's happening, could I have a close look at the keypad for inputting the code?
Sure.
Now, my theory is you've said that there's like frost all over the walls and stuff.
Yes.
If they've been putting the key in, there'd be like potentially grease on the people's fingers, and the frost pattern might be different on the keys that have been used most frequently. Is there any way to observe if it looks like a particular keys have been pressed versus others?
That's a really clever idea, so I will let you attempt a -3 observation roll to see if you can figure that out.
All right.
Just because that's a genius idea. I like that a lot.
Okay. -3. Let's try.
Okay. You do narrow it down
Nice.
to 4
Wow.
buttons. However, it is a 4-digit code.
1 in
That's
10,000
fine.
chance.
The 4 is it one of those codes that the 4 digits have to be different? Like it can't just be 1111.
It appears so, yeah. So it's not 1111 and it's not boob,
Oh,
unfortunately.
What's the password policy? Like special
Yeah, that's
characters.
what I mean. Like,
It's
can you
just
have double
numbers. Just
in it,
numbers.
or-
It's just numbers. It's a
Try,
keypad.
try 1, 2, 3, 4.
Doesn't
Well,
work.
what numbers? What numbers look like they've been touched?
2, 6, 4, and 8.
Oh,
Try 2, 6, 4, 8.
Does anyone know what the
This is-
captain's birthday is? Or
sorry, you
I
guys
walked
completely cut out there for a second.
I walked past a load of birthday cards on the bridge. I'll go and have a look. This could be. You do realise this can now be the longest podcast episode in history as we go through all the 4 digits that you've just given us.
Yeah.
You've fallen into
Probably
Carmon's
quite
trap,
good.
Chris.
We'll just have one person stationed here whose sole job for the whole mission is just pressing in codes.
Yep.
We should have brought the synth with us. They love numbers.
But you did cut out for a second there. Did you actually give us some numbers? Because
I did. 2, 6, 4, and 8.
all right.
While this is going on, I'm going to go over to Rakesh and because I've seen him looking around, I've just kind of stand next to him and comms him, saying, "Did you find anything?"
did I find anything?
I saw you looking around.
So, So I guess I would have probably pointed up and shone my torchlight up onto that vent to just indicate to everyone about how it's damaged and there's blood smears being dragged off inside.
Holy
And
fucking shit
I
balls.
was gonna, and I was thinking I might use the suppressed pups mapping device, perhaps here. I don't know if I'd be able to send that down the
Oh, yeah.
down the chute to see what could be down there.
Yeah. Have you seen Prometheus?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yep. So it's those little orbs that he turns on. They start floating. There's
Yeah.
two of them in the case, and then they start doing that 3D scan for you. So yes, I will need a Comtech roll to activate them though, since they are.
Yep.
You know, it's a drone. You can't. I mean, even though it's sci-fi, you still got to put in a few commands to get it to work.
Yep. Okay. Comtech.
Oh my god, he doesn't even know how to
No.
use his own toys.
No.
Lordy
I won't
lord.
push,
Would you
'cause
like
I'm getting
to
a bit
push
stressed.
that?
No, not at this point.
All right. Does anybody else want to try to turn on the pups?
Sure, I'll have a go because I was standing next to Rakesh anyway. Contact.
There you go. Here's the on button.
You forgot to turn it on. Yeah.
That's it.
All right. So they pop up. Do you send them both into that vent?
I would suggest one.
Yeah, probably just one would be required.
I mean,
I wonder if the other one.
You guys would know the vent system on a ship like this is going to be massive, so there's going to be multiple ways they can go. So if you send them both, in, they could eventually split
Probably
up.
send them both in.
Yeah.
Yeah, send both in to map more territory more efficiently. Yep. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Can a human fit into
Yes.
the vents? Or...
Yes.
Okay. And would
Are
the
you-
vent
are you-
system connect to the room that Mother's in?
No.
Okay. Also, sorry, just to clarify, so we need the key and the passcode, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. Because, by the way, with what you've given us, there's only 24 options for the 4-digit code, so we could easily go through 24.
24.
Because there's 4 options, but we know it's 4 digits, and we know there's no repeats, because otherwise there'd be less than 4 marks.
Goddamn, she's clever.
So, the first
That's how she got
digit,
those-
there's 4 options. The second digit, there's 3. The next one, there's 2. And the next one, there's 1. So if you go back to your
Wow.
factorials, it's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which is 24.
Wow. Your door
Oh.
just creeped open, like ghost door style there, Philip, and your dog I was like, what the hell's going on
Yeah.
back there? And something darted across the... Yeah, doggy!
Yeah.
Oh, that was scary.
Yeah, we don't have a company cat. We got a company dog on this mission. Well, if you guys want to spend a little time to figure out the code, you can. I mean, if you guys want to, we'll say there's enough time. I don't know, maybe a turn or two. So if you guys want to de-stress for a turn or two while someone's typing in the code, but whoever's typing in the code will not reduce their stress because they're, concentrating and writing down the numbers they're using
for a change.
Yeah. So, Sergeant, if you want to figure out the code and let your squad rest and recuperate, you can do that.
Sure.
So I'm gonna
type in.
All right.
Sorry, someone's trying to call me and it's muting. It's messing up my volume.
Oh, that's no problem. But we'll assume
be,
Sarge does that. This is the code. 6482 is the code that when you type it in, you see the light turns green, but then it says, insert access card.
God damn.
But
while Sarge is doing that, I'm going to interact with my signature item.
okay.
And just to de-stress, and it's actually a toy penguin. And so what I'm going to do, it's kind of like 4 inches in height. And I'm just, because it's in 0G, I'm just going to keep tapping it so it's just spinning in front of me.
Okay.
It's really weird. But it's a small child, a colonist child gave it to me about 6 months ago when I saved their lives. And
Nice.
so can I reduce my stress?
Yeah, so since the rest of you are just resting, it'll be 2 turns. So each turn is about 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll say it's about half hour or so as they're trying to figure out the code here. Maybe less, but it's a 2 turns. So you can reduce your stress by 2. And then if you use your signature item, that's a 3rd point of stress.
Oh, I only had 2 anyway, so...
Yeah, so you can save your signature item then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just have to disconnect and reconnect for the audio.
Sure, that's fine.
I'll be back in a sec.
Well, you know what? We're at about our halfway point here. So why don't we take our actual break? And everybody, bathroom break, grab some drinks, and we'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll finish up here. So...
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back, listeners. All right, we are back, listeners. We'll dive right back in here. So you've figured out the code to Mother. There's a burst vent with blood streaks going in and or out of it. And Rakesh has found a couple weapons that don't... Well, the knife appears to have been used. The gun, not so much. How do you want to proceed?
In the time that in that sort of, I don't know, half an hour or so, have the light pups found anything of interest?
I was going to ask, do you send them anywhere particular or just start mapping and give me a complete picture?
Yeah, just start mapping, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they detect... I mean, they just detect structures and sort of physical items. That's probably what they mainly do.
They don't pick up life forms or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
But look, the bridge is number 16, so that's right next to us. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where you guys...
Oh, is that where we are now?
You're hanging out there in the access corridor. Well, then we'll just assume they start exploring the closest sections, which would probably be this kind of middle area. So we'll say one of them gets to number 8, which I believe is the med bay, and number 6, which is a cryo bay. I'm sorry, a duty room. Okay, so in 8, it is a med bay. You can tell it's this huge...
7 is the med bay. 8 is
the
officers' quarters.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing here. So you can tell the vent system is massive, twisting and turning. They're finding some dead ends where the vent covers are still in place, but they are also finding areas where vent covers have been removed or it seems forcibly damaged and forced open. The officers' quarters is a series of small personal quarters where the officers of the ship would have their personal places. One of the doors, the door here towards the bow of the ship, is completely destroyed, and it looks like it has been basically somehow torn down or blown up or forced down. The other door on the other side is still intact at this end, and it is picking up lots of damage from some sort of heavy fighting. It looks like, you're picking up bullet holes and structural damage and things like that. The other one... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is there any signs that there might be corpses there?
I don't recall in Prometheus if it actually picked up, objects. I think it did, right? I don't really recall.
If it's seeing signs of damage, it might see like a vaguely human shape.
Yeah, I think yeah, it would probably find items and stuff like that. So it doesn't find any bodies, but it is picking up, you can tell there's items on the ground, probably weapons and things like that. But again, no bodies. In 6, which is it's a combination of a duty room, the barracks, and a supply area. It first has to go through a reception area. That's the duty room. It's like a guard post where people sign in and out. And then there's a barracks there, which looks like it can hold roughly about 300 Marines. So Marines that aren't in cryo, that are actively working on the ship for whatever jobs they have, this is where their quarters would be. So it's small rooms that each have a bunk, so 2 Marines per room, or maybe 4 Marines per room with 2 bunks. And it is picking up a tremendous amount of damage in here as well. The reception room seems like it's in total disarray, and there is all sorts of stuff is tossed over. Beds are destroyed, unmade, tipped over, doors messed up, like interior doors are hanging off hinges and things like that. Well, I guess they don't have hinges in a spaceship, but damage to the doors and things like that. And it is I don't know if it picks up anything else. There
no
are,
bodies there either.
In there, yes, you are finding pieces of bodies and full bodies as well.
This is room 6, is it? Sorry.
This is
room 6, isn't it?
Yes. You can also tell there is one body in the brig. No idea if it's alive or dead.
No signs of anything moving, though?
Nope.
Well, I say we go check out where the bodies are, see if we can find that key card.
Can I just ask, with the mother room, can we use a cutting torch to gain access in an ugly kind of way instead of finding a key card?
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got a cutting torch, so...
Okay.
Because if a couple of these guys are going to go and check the room 6, then I might as well be up here cutting.
Sure.
You couldn't have told me that before. I spent half an hour typing in all those codes.
I say so. I love you, but not necessarily that much. It was entertaining. Well done. I bet you were whiz at Sudoku as well.
All right. So, DuBois, give me a heavy machinery. It'll be -3 because this door is reinforced and meant to. But keep in mind, when you use the cutting torch, I believe the cutting torch gives you +2. If I recall. Let me double check that.
Let me just... Yeah. Cutting torch...
Yeah, it's +2.
Power. So if I just take 1 off, then...
Yes.
Yeah.
And then...
heavy machine... Oh, no.
Can I command her to cut faster? And
sure.
Give the bonus for command.
Really?
Can I point out with a cutting torch, I'd rather cut more carefully than faster.
All right. Well, either way,
take it and shut up.
we're gonna ride this command roll and use it as much as we can. So you will get a bonus there. So be straight up, and then just make a power roll for your cutting torch after you use it.
Yep, sure. Shit.
Wow, that is not
I'm
great.
gonna push it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna turn it on this time.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, and then
Hot flame works.
Roll for the power.
All I needed was a
Um,
bit of encouragement.
Let me just get into just in general. I don't have a little parachute by the power box.
I believe. Oh, you know why? Foundry's a little messed up here. Just roll five dice because it has a power of 5. Because the cutting torch can be used as a weapon and a tool, and right now you just have the tool on your character sheet. The weapon version, I think, has the power. So let's see.
Hold on.
Here, I can just do 5 dice for you.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
What's
no
the success?
no ones. So
No
power.
failures.
It takes some time, though. I mean, this is a big, heavy, thick door. You know, the idea being if someone was trying to do this, someone would catch you before you got through. But so it takes some time. Do the rest of you just wait here for her to do this, or do you guys go check another part of the ship?
And then I'm gonna go check on those bodies.
Yeah, I'd go with Greene.
Okay. Are you staying up here, Rakesh, or going with them?
I'll go with the others.
Okay.
DuBois got this.
All right. So it takes you guys some time. You gotta go back down the ladder shaft or the elevator shaft, and then you can find a stairwell to get past where the elevator is stopped, and eventually get to this section of the ship here. So you get through the door that leads into this reception area. There's basically a small, like, checkpoint desk where a Marine or two would be on station. And they check in. Everything is notoriously written down or take, probably in an actual computer. But all the check-ins, if you come in or out of this area, you have to sign in, basically. There's always somebody on duty. When you get through here, place is in disarray. There's papers everywhere, chairs knocked over. It's very clear there was signs of a fight and a struggle. And as you get further into the barracks, you can see bodies, and most of them are just frozen over. And you can tell there's blood and such in here as well, primarily in the barracks. You also notice, actually, give me, anyone who wants, optional, give me an observation roll here, please.
Yep, I'll do an observation.
Yep. Can I do one as well?
Yep, anyone who's down there, if you want to, go ahead.
Yep, I got 1 success.
Nothing.
All right.
Oh, nice. 3 successes.
Okay, so you do see more of these damaged vents here and there, but as you're looking around, you see that there is one room where it looks like there's about 6 Marines who are all deceased, armored, clearly were fighting something, and you see that there is pieces of a 7th body. Looks like, to you guys, it looks like a grenade went off and blew this person up. But aside from that horrible sight, you see all along the floor, the wall, basically any sort of surface, you see these small, bulbous little fungal growths. They're kind of a dark, blackish gray. They almost look a little fuzzy, too. And they strangely, they do appear a little frosted, but they are not completely frozen over like everything else in this room. It's very clear to you guys when you look at it, you can tell these are alive, for lack of a better sense. And I'm just going to put a token here on the map. We're going to mark it as black fungus. It's coating primarily the barracks. The reception area doesn't really have this, neither does the brig. And you can see it seems to be focused around where this firefight happened with these 7 bodies.
The bodies that are intact, can I tell what, like, if I can see how they might have died.
Give me a medical aid roll. -1.
Do I get any? Because I had the 3 successes on the observation. Does that give me any bonuses?
Not on this, because it's a lot harder to determine this because it's been a while. Oh my god, look at that. Okay, that's why they call him Mr. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes, so you've got some stunts here if you want to use them for anything or ask any other questions. Otherwise, I can give you some information.
How do I show the stunts again?
Click on the little wrench icon next to the name of the skill on your skills tab.
Okay. Oh, there's no specific stunts listed for that one.
Okay.
That's
That's okay.
to the DM's discretion.
All right. So I will tell you this, and then if there's anything else you want to ask, we'll assume you can use your stunts for that. It appears you don't see any like bullet holes. You don't see any like fire damage or burns. There's 1 or 2 that look like they have like lacerations of some sort, and it looks like that's probably what killed them. But the other 3 or 4, they're coated in this black fungus. It is growing on their corpses.
All right. I've got the field surgeon talent as well. So for one of my stunts, can I have a look at those lacerations and see if I can determine whether they look like they were made with a blade or claws or like what looks like it was made?
Yeah, it looks like some sort of animal marks, like claw marks or teeth marks.
All right, and from the distance between the claw marks and the depth and everything, can I use that to get a rough idea of what size the creature might be?
Probably about humanoid sized. Doesn't seem like it's something massive like a bear or anything like that, but it's not something small like a wolverine. So probably about human size.
All right. And this mold. Can I have a bit of a closer look at where that is on the people who are covered in it?
Yeah,
does it look like it?
It looks like when you really try to piece it together, it's primarily covering the front of their bodies. Some of them have crumpled over and you have to like roll them over, but it seems it started to go all over the room too. And you also notice when you guys get near this mold or when you're moving the bodies, you see that they kind of quiver and they shoot out like a stream of airborne particles that they're hard to see, but you can see like black particles that start to fill the air and make this cloud.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, up in Mother, you finally get the door open, DuBois, and we see, just like in the first Alien film, that off-white octagonal-shaped room with the big bulky chair in the middle. The lights are all still on, flashing, and all the various screens that output information. It appears you have access to Mother.
Oh, yes.
In that case, I'm going to sit in the chair and, in time-honored tradition, I'm going to type in, "What's the story, Mother?"
All right. It starts to boot up. Takes a few moments as it's obviously been inactive for a while. And it basically says, USS Nan-Shan. And it says basically what you knew. Assembled at Arearchus with part of the 61 Cygni Task Force. Departed, gives you a date. Date matches when it was supposed to go out. Destination was the... just give you the right name. Destination was the... it's not on the map. Destination was 61 Cygni, which is the area that the UPP annexed. Gives you a date. Seems the timing is right for how long it should have taken the fleet to get there. And then it says, ambushed, engaged by UPP fleet. There's a log of clearly a space battle. And then it says, unknown assailant detected. Third party entering battle. And then the last thing that Motherkin tells you is that a massive EMP charge crippled the ship.
Type in how long ago did the EMP cripple the ship?
At this point, it's been months.
Okay. I'm going to get onto the radio because my colleagues haven't decided to tell me what they're doing, and I relay this information, saying the damage caused to the Nan-Shan was caused by the UPP, but it's almost certainly months ago, crippled by an EMP pulse weapon. Have you got anything to report where you are?
Yeah, bunch of creepy mold, lots of dead people. Looks like they've been attacked by some kind of creature approximately human-sized. It looks like they've died from some kind of claw mark, like being clawed to death, so just keep an eye out for that, I guess.
That seems perfectly normal for space.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine most people keep any wild animals in their ships, but...
What was the primary focus of our mission, Serge?
Well, I'm looking for the key card here.
So
we don't need the key card now.
Well, not that we need it.
now.
Obvious. Oh my lord, brain fret.
Lieutenant Casados had said, access Mother, recover the flight recorder, and collect any evidence as to where the ship has been and what happened to the rest of the fleet.
We're also looking for Isaac. I assume these corpses have, everyone has dog tags?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
But while I was looking at the bodies, kind of checked those.
No, you don't know about Isaac because that was a private conversation between me and the other fella.
No, you didn't bother to ask the rest of us to keep an eye out.
No, it was a personal favour for my buddy. You're not my buddy. Butt out. In that case, given that I've accessed Mother, I'm going to look to remove the data core. And
just quickly.
I'm sorry?
Did you pass on everything that you got told about what was on Mother?
Essentially, yeah. There was nothing I haven't really passed on.
Sorry, so can I just get some clarification? So you said there was a third party, so there was an initial breach and then a third party came in?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mother is saying that the UPP engaged the UA fleet, and then during that battle, a third group or a third assailant entered that battle and engaged essentially both fleets, and then an EMP went off and the ship was crippled, and Mother doesn't have, she has no access to the ship at that point, so...
So there's one unknown force we need to think about. Okay.
Yeah, Yazzie just did a comment in general over the radio of whoever decided to join the party did a real mess of this place.
Yeah, and this was months ago, so Mother wouldn't even know the position of the rest of the fleet because at the time of the battle, Mother would have gone offline.
Yeah, and I should point out, you guys are several parsecs away from where the fleet was headed and where this orbital battle took place. So this ship has been drifting for months. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm sorry.
Now we have 8 hours till it goes into the gravity well.
There's more information now that I'm looking at my notes here. So she marks off the EMP went off, knocked the ship out. Then, sometime later, she notes that power was restored by a Lieutenant Wells, who was the second in command on the ship. He himself is a Sin Eater, and there's a log that him and a group of Sin Eaters, looks like 5 others, managed to get the power back online and initiated an FTL jump. The coordinates were set for Fort Nebraska, but it looks like the core overloaded due to the damage on the ship, and the mother they went into they went into cryosleep once they got the ship up and running. They went into cryosleep and then went into FTL. The stress of all the damage of the ship caused the core to basically fail. Mother shut it down to avoid an overload and a meltdown, and then she had to pull the ship out of FTL in an emergency. And at that point, all the systems were fried and went offline, and the ship has been drifting ever since. But the FTL, when she came out of FTL, they had overshot Fort Nebraska, and by a couple parsecs, they've drifted a few more. The other thing that she points out is that during that small time where they got the ship up and running and then went into FTL, there were multiple fires amongst the ship. There was the heavy damage by the flight deck, and there were dozens of unknown life forms aboard the vessel.
Jeez. Look, maybe if I can remove the data core, we should probably head back towards our point of exit. I'm not sure how much more we can achieve here, apart from doing a field study of possibly a hostile creature that's wiped out the crew.
DuBois, would you give me an observation roll, please?
Oh, I'd love to. Observation.
Do you want to push?
I don't like the privately rolled dice.
Well, do I want to push? Given that I've got 1 success, means I probably should push. Yeah, I'm gonna push. What the hell? Oh fuck.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. You don't see anything else in the files here that really pipes your interest at the moment. But yeah, you that's kind of the information you get.
Could I ask a couple of questions?
Of course.
First of all, the cryopods, would they be expected to have a backup power source on a ship like this? Similar to how Mother has?
Some cryopods do, some don't. When they do, they tend to be more expensive, so usually not. But if it's for officers or maybe special crew, then they might have backup power, yes.
Okay.
Can Mother tell us... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Secondly, I was just going to ask if there was a ship manifest, and whether it's before all this happened, whether it had status on, if any crew had been lost, and the names of any important officers or something, like the higher ups in the crew.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I can check that against the job tags when looking for potential information or important people.
Yeah, so between Mother and just the information you would have beforehand, because this is a registered military ship, they would have that stuff on file. The captain's name is Captain... it's Captain Alfred...
Every GM's worst nightmare.
It's in here somewhere. I just have to find it. It's Captain Alfred Bernier.
Alfred Bernier.
And the second in command is Lieutenant Wells. First Lieutenant Wells. Hold on, I have a first name for him. Gotta find it in my...
Is it Orson?
No, it's First Lieutenant Nixon Wells.
Nixon Wells.
The only other name of note that you guys probably care about is if you do a search for Isaac, Carvalho's brother, He was assigned to the ship, but you do see that he was pulled right before the fleet left Ariarchus for a undisclosed assignment. And the only other note you get from that is he was pulled by a Major Hatfield, who appears to have been assigned to Ariarchus. So as far as you can tell,
reflect?
He probably wasn't on board the ship when this happened.
So can I just out of game, just private message Valio and just relay this information to him?
Yeah.
I do that.
And he kind of responds obviously he's disappointed, but he's like, well, at least that adds up. They said he was MIA on Ariarchus. And, he asked if he could find any more information about that mission.
Sure. And I say to him, look, Pilar, the good news is it's a fucking bloodbath over here. So the fact that he's not here is only good news right now.
Damn.
Yeah, when we're looking at the people who went into cryo sleep, you said it was Lieutenant Wells who did the log and put in the new coordinations.
Yes.
Is there any sign that Captain Bernier was alive at that point? Like when they were logging people into cryo sleep and sending the coordinates or anything? Or does it look like it was only Lieutenant Wells alive at that point?
No, there's no mention of the captain.
Okay.
What were you going to ask, Adam?
Going forward. Sorry.
Adam, you had a question for Mother?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if Mother can tell us whether any of the crew are currently still in cryostasis in the hypersleep pods area, and also whether maybe she can do anything about the reactor, if she can bring the reactor up at all, help us do that, if presuming it's safe to do so.
So she can tell you the last known information about the reactor is it was about to go into meltdown, so she completely shut it down.
Okay.
She can't tell you any of the status of the ship now because she can't access anything because there's no power. So you would have to get the power back up before she could. However, she can confirm that when she pulled the ship out of FTL, the cryopods in the lower bay here, which is specifically for the Sin Eaters Regiment, were still online. But she can't tell you now if they still are because she can't access it because she's not connected.
Okay. Might have to go and have a look for ourselves.
Can I just take this time to point out to DuBois that it was a good idea we checked with Mother before going and fiddling with all those reactor cores because we might have blown up the ship without this information.
My admiration for you, Sergeant, knows no bounds.
Also, just going forward, if we come across... You don't need to roll. We can detect it just fine. I'm just going to check the dog tags on any bodies we come by. So can you just let me know if any of them happen to be someone on that list of important people?
Yeah, absolutely. What I will point out, you do realize the bodies you're finding here are regular colonial marines. None of them are Sin Eaters.
Okay.
And the manifest would tell you this huge forward cryo bay towards the front of the ship. It is two massive rooms that each hold 1,000 cryo chambers, and those were all standard Marines. So this was acting as a troop transport for the fleet with about 2,000 regular enlisted Marines, and then the Sin Eaters, this area, it's their cryo chamber, and it's also like their barracks, so their living quarters is here as well, and there's about enough room for I think it's like 40 to 50 cryopods for the Sin Eaters. So it's just a small unit, but obviously they're not going to waste a ship this size on, just one squad all the time. And of course, because it was part of this fleet, it had other things to do. But yeah, you don't find any other noteworthy people. DuBois, you're sitting here, you're, looking through, getting as much information as you can, and as you're sitting there, you notice a shadow comes over you from behind that you can tell something is standing behind you.
Looks right now.
Meanwhile,
is it you, Sarge?
Downstairs, What are you guys doing?
Do we have any more information about our little scanny bots?
I assume we'll just say they go off to the next sections. So they're going to the med bay, the two next closest, the med bay and the cryo chamber for the sin eaters. The med bay is a wreck. There's bodies in here as well. They appear intact. They're not like torn apart or anything. Cryo bay. It looks like the cryo bay is undamaged, untouched. Both doors are still up. As a matter of fact, you can tell this one in particular was barricaded by a bunch of stuff that they piled up against the door. And there is a damaged vent, so the pup can get in there, but it looks like their cryo chamber and barracks is relatively undisturbed.
I'll get on the radio and be like, DuBois, we've got some doors for you. Come on, hurry up.
All right. DuBois, what do you do when the shadow comes over you?
Sorry, what would be casting the shadow if the only light is coming from his light?
So
I don't know.
It occurs to me
it's
one
of those movie errors. Just go with it.
I just don't want him to have a chance to react.
I will if you let me. So whilst I'm TP tapping on Mother, and I notice there's a shadow over me, it occurs to me that all of my buddies are down below decks.
Yep.
So what I'd like to do, and I don't know whether this is mechanically sound, as I'm tippy tapping, I'm gonna do that with my left hand. With my right hand, I'm gonna slowly reach down for my shotgun.
Okay.
Which I don't know where that is stowed right now. What I want to do is grab my shotgun and spin around and hopefully get the jump on whatever's behind me.
All right.
That's
I
what I'd
will
like to do.
need a mobility test to pull this off.
I reckon you probably would. Let me just clear some space.
And not drop that shotgun into the plot hole, or we're going to be screwed.
Oh, you need to let it go, Carmon. That was a long time ago.
Never.
Damn! Look at this ace.
Wow.
Quick draw McGraw over here. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't really think if Mother spins, it's probably like a mechanical thing. It's not like this chair that I'm sitting in. So it'd be like really slow, like just it doesn't do that. So instead, we'll assume you like kind of jump out and spin.
Yep.
As you do, you get up and you see standing in front of you is a alien life form that stands about 7 feet tall. It is this whitish mottled skin from head to toe, almost translucent, with kind of these dark black veins running through its body. It's bipedal, 2 legs, 2 arms. The arms are very long, go kind of past its knees, and it's just standing there you think staring at you. Its face, its head, is elongated and tapers off into a point at the back. Its face is completely featureless. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. And it just kind of turns its head and cocks it at you as you turn and face it. You gain a point of stress when you see this, but seems fair. You do have the initiative if you'd like to act.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna shoot without even thinking, because if nothing else, I mean, apart from the fact it's creepy as fuck anyway, black veins, the throbbing black veins, reminds me of when I was at the Alexiana colony, where we were fighting for our lives and there was these horrible creatures with pulsing black veins, and no good came from them. So I'm gonna and so I'm gonna demonstrate some extreme prejudice for this creature.
All right.
I'm gonna shoot my gun.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I have a better picture of this thing. Yeah, this is kinda. Oh, it does have a tail, like a very thin tail, and it has a couple little bony spikes coming out of its back, but they're irregular. And they're not like massive, they're just like a couple inches. Yeah, I don't really have a good picture of this thing, so.
I mean, some people consider a couple of inches massive.
Got him.
God. Oh, jeez.
All right. And I think
you want me to go ahead and...
Yeah, take your shot. Take your shot. And you can take 2 bonus dice from your mobility roll. Your 2 extras there. And now remember, when you make the attack, click on the weapon so it uses all the weapon stats.
And is this going by 0G rules? So he'd be pushed back by the gunshot going forward?
Oh, yeah.
It's in 0G.
Absolutely. All right.
1 success.
1 success. Do you want to push?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because I know where this goes if I don't. So.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. And your nerves of steel, you rolled a 1 on your panic. Okay, so a couple things happen here. Regardless of the result, if you panic while firing a gun, you burn through all the ammunition. So you guys all hear that DuBois is firing off the shotgun repeatedly, and you are just unloading on this thing. You have a total of 5 successes. So you've got the first one does your hit, which does the base damage, which is 3 here. And then you've got 4 stunts, which you are free to use as you see fit.
And I'm just going to choose wherever I can to take as much damage as I can to this thing.
Okay, so 4 extra points of damage means 7 total damage. Not bad. However, the shotgun does double the armor of whatever you're shooting because you're spraying buckshot everywhere. So I will make an armor roll for this thing. Right, it passed 2. So it takes, 5 points of damage.
5.
All right. You hit this thing, and it takes damage. Whatever rough skin it has is not enough against this firepower. You burst this thing right in its torso, the arms, the shoulders. It lets out this horrible hiss of pain, this high-pitched squeal. And when it does, you see its mouth. Finally, the line of its mouth opens up across this featureless face, and it's got this almost like a goblin shark distended mouth that shrieks. This is what you see in front of you. And it takes off and disappears into the vent in the bridge, and you hear it scuttle, and it moves fast. And it's like crawling on the wall up into the vent, and it disappears.
So as soon as that happens, I'm going to do 2 things, not necessarily simultaneously, but I'm going to get on the radio to warn everyone exactly what we're facing. And I'm also going to reload my shotgun as well.
All right. Yeah, you guys all hear, for just a split second, you hear multiple shots, you hear this inhuman screech, and then silence. And then DuBois finally comes back on over the comms.
Can we... So, is there a nice cloud of blood that's slowly filling up that space?
Oh, yeah.
It might be acid full?
No.
Just out of curiosity, no?
It is actually... the blood looks darker than normal, but you can tell it is red-ish, but very dark red.
Just want Phil to die horribly. That's okay.
We should leave this ship immediately. In fact, I'm probably going to head there, whether you like it or not, Sarge, because this is fucked up.
What are the rest of you doing?
Well, we need you to come and open these doors for us so that we can make sure figure out if there's people in the cryopods. If there's people in there, we need to get them out with us.
They've been doing pretty well without us so far.
The scans from the little bot things show that the cryopod chamber seems to be mostly or completely intact. So if there's survivors in there, we need to get them out. So you need to come here and open this door.
I'm heading to the hypersleep pods.
Yeah, you need to arm yourselves and be ready.
All right. So the group of you, the three of you, go to the cryopods. DuBois, what are you doing after you reload the gun? I know you said you
head out and
pulled the data from Mother. We'll assume you get the flight recorder from the bridge. That's there. It's intact. Easy enough to get.
Yeah. I'm gonna head down the shaft to where the other three are.
Okay. All right. So while you're heading down there, probably quickly, I would imagine, the others make their way to the cryo chamber. And this will take a heavy machinery roll to get through because, as you guys saw, this side of the door is barricaded. So there's... let me just make sure there's no negatives on this. It's a heavy machinery -2.
I don't have good heavy machinery, but I'll help whoever does attempt.
Yeah,
I'll
me
give
either,
it
but
a
I'll
go.
do it.
Okay, so you can take 2 bonus dice here, Sergeant, from the assists. So that'll cancel out the negative. Okay. It's a lot of heaving and hoeing, but you do eventually get the door propped open. You guys force it open, and then you're able to move some of the stuff they've got piled up against it. And inside, you can see there's basically 2 sections. There's the barracks and then the cryo chamber area, and then there's a small like area for them to get dressed and stuff like that. The cryopods are split into groups of 4, kind of like 2 to 2, back to back like that, or head to head. And you do see that there are 6 pods that have people in them, and they all still appear to have backup power.
Okay. Would we know how to, can we, with the backup power, is that enough to get them to start getting out of stasis?
Yeah, you can do you can do a manual command for it to start the process to get them awake. It's it's like, imagine at the bottom of the pod, you can see there's like yellow emergency lighting that indicates the pod is still online. And then when you go to the control panel, you can see the control panel is still lit. And you can tell, you read the vitals and stuff. But the actual pods themselves are fairly frosted over. You can make out the form of someone in there, but it is kind of hard to make out details.
Could I ask Yazzie roll for observation to see if I can find if there are suits nearby for them? Because considering we need suits, no point in waking them up.
That is
if we don't have suits for them.
Very good point.
No.
Yes, give me an observation roll, please. Do you want to push that?
Shit. I'm going to command you to observe harder. Can I? Oh no, it's too late now.
It's harder.
I'm going to push. I'm just going to start moving around the room and having a look.
Oh, our first real panic of the day/night, depending where on the planet you are. Nervous twitch. The 3 of you down there gain a point of stress. As Yazzie, you do realize there's no suits in here, but you did see suits by the EEV pods, and there were also suits at the airlock. You guys would know there'd be suits at every airlock as well. But with your observation, you're kind of also looking at the pods, and you look at one, you brush some of the ice away, and you can only see this on one of the pods. The other ones are just too clouded or whatever. But the one Marine you see, it looks like they obviously went in a hurry. They're still wearing their armor and gear. They look incredibly pale, and they look like they're sweating or they're wet while they're in cryo, which is not unheard of. People dream in cryo and mess up, but they look like they are either sick or they are having one hell of a nightmare.
All right.
So
I don't like it.
I'm then in that case going to speak with Sergeant Greene and go, hey, Sarge, we don't have any suits in this room for them. Are we going to go get some suits, or are we going to have to transport them and keep them in their cryopods?
It would be easier to do
The
suits. The
Yeah.
cryopods can be moved individually, but without the elevator, it's going to be a real pain in the ass. I mean, I guess there's no
Even
gravity,
with-
so it's easy in that regards, but they're just big and bulky, so moving them around is going to take time.
Yeah.
We don't have the nice slimline models.
All right. So, can I ask DuBois to keep an eye out for suits as she makes her way down here?
No,
Yeah, you would have to get
I've got other things.
You'd have to get to an
Yeah,
airlock.
I've got other things on my mind.
Yeah, or the EEVs to get the suits.
Okay, can I also point out not to unfreeze anyone from cryo? We don't know what state they went in, but they were in cryo. And given what I've just seen, we should be leaving here immediately.
We need to save these people if they're still alive.
Well, I don't see how you can.
Well, we're just going to have to try. I'd do the same if it was you.
That reassures me greatly.
So
How are you
DuBois will assume you re-meet up with the group at this point.
I can shout to the sergeant to her first.
I'm gonna refill my water, but keep going. I can hear you guys.
Yeah. Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay. So if I get down, I'm actually going to go in. I'm going to push past everyone and have a look at the people in the cryo. I won't do an observation, but I can just say to, because Yazzie will tell me what she saw, and presumably I can see the same thing.
Yeah, there's no suits in the room, and these guys, even though they're in cryo, they're not looking good. Something happened, or they're having a bad time in there.
Yeah, I'll say to DuBois, have you ever seen anything like that before? Like gesturing to the person in cryo?
I mean, I've seen a lot of fucked up things in the past few months, and presumably the whole front of my suit is covered in blood, just from that previous encounter. It's like the problem we have, and you also mentioned about the black fungus, is that there's a huge infection risk. Even us going back to our ship risks infection. We have no idea what the health condition of these people are.
So we just let them get devoured by this strange creature?
Well, they've done really well for the past few months without our help so far. I mean, they're going to die very soon anyway, because the whole ship will be destroyed in the gas giant. But unless you have a solid plan...
Yazzie's just going to ask Sergeant Greene, what's the possibility of our higher-ups resending a crew to rescue these people?
We have, 6-7 hours now until we go into the gravity well? It's now or never.
It's never.
If we don't save them, they're going into the gravity well and they're gone. And we also lose any information on what happened here. Someone who was able to take out a whole ship full of sin eaters, we need more information.
We have plenty of information. I've got the data core and I've got eye-to-eye contact and visual records of what happened to me up in the mother room.
That's not enough.
So what do you want to do? You want to take a plague victim with you?
If you want to, DuBois, you can move back to the ship with the data core and be ready to leave should anything happen to us. But I refuse to leave my fellow human beings to die either by going into this gravity well or being devoured by whatever that creature is. So you can go and wait up there and get ready to press the panic button if we don't come back before we, it's too late. But I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving these people behind.
So I will point out, all of you would know. They didn't expect to find survivors really, but if there are survivors, you guys would know. They would want you to try to rescue them. The second thing is that, for whatever this might be worth to each of your characters, if you were the ones to rescue sin eaters, that would be a big deal for yourselves, for your unit, your platoon. Might be a promotion in it if you're more of a glory seeker, but it would be a big deal. And the sergeant is right. If something had the balls and guts and the ability to take out a ship that had sin eaters on it and then take them out in combat, Command would want as much information as possible.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
So, are we able to check the atmosphere in here? Because obviously the shotgun fired, which means there has to be some amount of oxygen. And we were able to hear the thing screech, which means, again, there must be some kind of atmosphere for the noise to pass through. So we assume that because everything was off, that there was no oxygen here. But there's been evidence that there might be. Is there any way for us to test what the atmosphere outside of our suits is?
We're
Take your helmet off.
We're gonna hand wave that as two science for our science fiction, and these are space guns, so they can work in space, and it's an alien, so you can hear it scream in space. You guys know there's
its secret supply of oxygen.
There is no oxygen. They will need suits.
We'll just say that the hissing and the screaming caused metal parts to vibrate in the vents. So
there's an obvious explanation. Is you heard the screeching through my helmet mic.
Yeah, but it would have had to pass from the alien's vocal cords to your mic if there was no.
Yeah.
Maybe
DuBois. I was just trying to be clever to get a loophole.
Maybe DuBois is the alien the whole time, and maybe that was just a hallucination of hers, and in fact, she was the one making the awful noise. But DuBois, I will point out that the black stuff is definitely bringing back memories. When you look at the Marine in cryo, it's hard to tell if it's because, if they're sick or just having a nightmare. You'd need a medical scan to know for sure. But obviously your character is free to interpret as she does.
I just had that experience in the mother room and my experience from 6 months ago. It's like, this is a no-brainer. Okay? This is a no-brainer. There's nothing we can do for them. They clearly look ill, even in cryo.
Right,
there are rules and regulations. There are rules and regulations about spreading infection.
Yeah, and we've already got these spores all over our suits. There's already going to be a quarantine protocol and decontamination protocols before we're allowed to go back to anywhere else anyway.
Actually, that's a good point. I'm actually going to take a few steps back because I do not have any spores on me.
Well, you didn't.
Oh, they were going like the 0G. They're floating everywhere after they were released in the other room.
And even if we're in quarantine, if we're able to get them into suits, we can make them keep the suits on or keep them in a separate room to quarantine them so they can kind of be contained.
Can we recall the little scanny drone things? Are we able to recall them back to us?
If you want, or you can have them keep searching.
So I'm going to outline to the others that my idea is we use those to scan ahead, move as a group to where the EEVs are, see if we can get some suits. Using those again to help us scan ahead and keep an eye out for that creature, we then move back and work on getting people into the suits. And if DuBois wants to be an absolute coward, she can go and wait in the drop ship while the rest of us get the actual work done with the core.
Is that what you?
So that
is that
if
what
she
you
needs
actually?
to make an emergency leaving, she can.
Is it what you actually say over the microphone? Is that what you actually say? Do you use the words? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
At this point, DuBois just takes a big right hook to the sergeant's helmet. Fucking arsehole.
Give me a close combat. Give me opposed close combat rolls.
Oh. Yeah.
It's on.
Ooh.
Okay, we have.
Can I wait? Just let me set my skills. Do I get any? So my 0G training, I get a +2 to that?
Stuff off. You got punched in the face.
No, I don't think you're expecting this too. So I wasn't even going to give you a defensive roll, but It's like a slow motion punch because it's in 0G. But so it's a tie, which means nothing really happens. So DuBois, you probably get a little bit of the helmet, but she manages to block, or it's you can't move as fast as you're hoping. So you guys have a little bit of a scuffle and then kind of separate. And obviously it gets a little heated. What's Yazzie and Rakesh doing while this,
Yazzie's gonna try to get to DuBois and try to hold them back and help separate because it's getting a bit heated.
Okay.
Yeah, I just sort of step in to fill the gap that's appeared between them.
All right.
And I just say, yeah, maybe you can work this out once we get back home.
Yeah, I'm just going to look kind of dramatically look up and down at DuBois and say, well, at least you're all in on the spores now. Now, if you can stop fucking around, decide, are you in or are you out?
I was never
I'm
out.
Then
Yazzie's going to recommend to DuBois,
put the insubordination and do your fucking job.
Well, I'm sorry, what was that, Yazzie?
Yazzie's going to recommend to DuBois, DuBois, just help me find some suits. Help me find an airlock, the EV something. We need to get these guys some suits.
Let's go, because the quicker I get away from that pencil dick, the better.
All right. The two of you go off by yourselves, or you guys going as a group?
Yazzie and DuBois, I guess.
Maybe, do you want me and Rakesh can start undoing the cryos, getting people to wake up, start that process? How long does it take normally for them to wake up from cryo?
Well, I mean, that's pretty instantaneous, so you probably won't want to do that until you have suits down here, because, I mean, in under a minute, the pod would open and expose them to the atmosphere.
No problem. I thought it might have been a more extended process.
No,
in that case, I reckon we should all go together to get the suits.
Yeah, the longer process is someone physically waking up and starting to move around and get their bearings straight.
That takes on. And I do agree that
if we get them in a suit, we can just pull them through 0G. Yeah. They can wake up later.
Yeah. Which we should get the core back onto the drop ship though. So if DuBois can go drop that off at the drop ship while the rest of us get the suits.
Really? You want me to go back on my own?
All right. Well,
why are you scared?
We will say the group of you make it to the EVs. There's nothing gets in your path or anything, and you start to get some suits. And then Sarge recommends that DuBois go drop off the flight recorder and the data. Do you do that, or do you guys stay together?
Yeah, I kind of with Greene and Rakesh with the suits.
I'll cover DuBois because I don't think we should be anyone but going off alone.
Okay. All right, so the two of you make your way up towards the airlock, and then the other two are going to take the suits back down to cryo. Okay.
Yep.
So, Yazzie and Greene, you get back downstairs. You start up the process to get these 6 individuals out of cryo, and the machines begin to open. They do the wake up process, and you see that the 6 of them begin to stir, and
helmets on and try to get them into some suits so they don't die.
Yeah. So you can do them one at a time at least to because you don't want to have all 6 of them just sitting there. So I assume you probably take Lieutenant Wells out first.
Yeah.
Okay.
While we're taking them out, can I do just a quick medical, just a check over them, looking for any really obvious signs of something being wrong with them? Not so much a fever, but do they look like there's something seriously wrong with them? as we're getting them out.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll give you backup for that as well.
Okay. Yep, so take a +1.
Medical.
Just because if we're doing them one at a time, so the two of us can get in suits while they're like coming out of the machine. We're both there. Look.
Yeah.
So.
So +1 to that.
Yes.
Ooh.
3 successes. Nice.
All right. So you can tell as you take him out of the pod, he is definitely sweating in the cryopod. And as soon as you take him out, you can see his chest is breathing really fast. Like, you ever see the movie I Am Legend?
Oh, yeah.
Remember how fast the vampire's
Yeah.
respiratory system was going?
Terrifying.
That's like what you see, and they're like wet. There's like a sheen of sweat or dampness on his body, and as soon as the cryopod opens, you see that he gasps for air. There's really not much here, and you guys are trying to get him into the pod or into the suit, and you see like he's kind of fighting because he doesn't know what's going on. I will need Yazzie, or either one of you can do this. The other one can assist. Give me a close combat roll because he doesn't know what's going on, so he's kind of trying to fight you. And the other one, take an assist.
Roll. And that's a +1 for the base modifier.
Yes.
So we're both doing that, or just one of us?
You're assisting.
I'll do the close combat.
Okay.
Roll and see. Here we go.
Okay.
Whew.
So he puts up a fight, but you finally get the helmet in place, snap it in. It only takes 30 seconds or so he's not without oxygen for very long. You get the helmet on, you start the air supply on the suit, and you can hear it doing the noise, and he starts to breathe. He's starting to calm down a little bit, and he's
we're kind of gesturing. Hey.
Yeah, he's still gasping. He's like,
I've got some nap relief, which says it an injectable instant pain reliever for all strains, stresses, and irritations recommended for use during any self-inflicted cesarean. Immediately reduces the... Can I just give him a dose of that to see if that helps calm him down?
Sure. Yeah.
It reduces the stress level to 0. I imagine that... I don't know how much that would be, but just to see if that helps at all.
All right. So you do inject it into him while you guys are putting the suit on, and it doesn't look like it has any effect. He still looks really freaked out and like worried. He realizes you're fellow Marines, and he's starting to come to and put it together, and he's kind of asking like who are you? What the hell's going on? And he's looking around, obviously like looking for enemies or for his crewmates. What do you guys do at that point or say to him?
Yazzie's basically just going to say, hey, calm it down. You've been in cryo for a few months. We're here to get you out.
He's like,
right. And I'm going to say, oh, no, you go.
He's like, the ship it's compromised. There's monsters. There's the mother's offline, and he's like starting to ramble, but he looks panicked.
Yeah, well, look, we know, we're dealing with it. We're just going to get you guys to safety. Is there anything apart from the creature that we need to be immediately aware of before we get the rest of your mates out of cryo and into our dropship?
He's like, they were turning into monsters, and there's these black eyes, and then he starts to cough. And meanwhile, upstairs, DuBois and Rakesh, you guys make your way quickly up the elevator shaft. You get back towards the airlock, and as you do, you see a long white claw reach around the frame from outside on the hull of the ship, exposed to the vacuum of space. And you see, it looks like the same creature. You can see damage to it, but it looks like all those bullet holes have healed up for the most part. And you see the creature starts pulling its way into the airlock. And I am going to need some initiative here. So, if you click on your token, or right-click on your token, a bunch of icons should show up, and you hit the little sword and shield icon, and that'll add you to the initiative tracker. And if you guys, in the top right of Foundry, there's crossed swords. Click on that. That'll bring up the initiative. Or you can right-click on it. It'll give you a pop-out. And then click the D20 to pull your initiative card and see what you get. So remember, Alien does a 1 through 10 initiative for cards. 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. And there we have it. So, Rakesh, years of spending some time in prison, you know to be on guard at all times if somebody wants to try to shiv you or steal your lunch money. And first of all, Rakesh, you gain a point of stress when you see this thing because this is your first time seeing it in
Okay, I
flesh.
haven't seen one yet. All right.
DuBois, you can tell it is the same one that you attacked before, but it looks almost unscathed. And Rakesh, it is your turn. We're going to get a little combat music going here.
Yeah.
And what would you like to do? You have 2 actions, a fast action and a slow action. You've got the action chart there if you need it for reference, but what would you like to do?
Yeah, I guess, the initial shock hopefully passes quickly, and I realise that I've got to just aim carefully, so I use my fast action to aim.
Okay.
And then I use my slow action to fire my pulse rifle at this creature.
All right, go for it. So I'm just fixing the tokens here. There we go. All right. 2 successes. Do you want to push?
No, but I'll do the normal damage.
Okay.
Using the first success, and I'll use my other one to try and push it back or something like that. I think you can.
Yes.
I'm hoping to sort of shoot it strategically to hopefully, sort of knock it away from the airlock entrance.
Okay, gotcha. I just gotta fix the initiative tracker here. All right. Okay, it doesn't matter what numbers it had because it was you, then the alien, and then DuBois was last. So, okay. And that's armor piercing, right? The pulse rifle, if I recall.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
All right, and it was what, 2 damage base you hit? Yeah, 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's roll for its armor. It blocks 1, so it takes a point of damage. You see some of the blood splurt out. It lets out a hiss of pain, and with your other success, the pushback, you do shoot the hand, and it loses its grip. I'm going to have it make a mobility test to see if it can hold on or if it starts to, float away out of the airlock.
Ah, damn.
All right, so you do knock it back, and you see it manages to grab the hull of the ship, and you can see its nails and claws digging into the hull, and it pulls itself back so it doesn't just go spiraling into space. And then, unfortunately, it has back-to-back initiatives. So, on its first initiative, it'll use a fast action to move into the zone with you, so it's in the elevator, basically. And then it uses its second fast action to move into engaged range with you. On its next turn, it'll use a slow action to make an attack. So, here we go. Attack roll. I hope this works. Oh boy, it rolled a 5. Throat bite. The neomorph bites the victim's throat, rolling with 8 bait dice. Damage 1. If the attack causes any damage, it automatically inflicts a specific critical injury. Okay, now, if you'd like, you can give up one of your fast actions from next turn to block, and try to reduce some of its successes with a close combat roll, and then you can roll for your armor. Or you can just roll for the armor and save your action for next turn. It has 2 successes. I don't know if you saw that, but can you guys click on its little attack icon and its attack roll? If you click on the thing where it says 8 dice, that little symbol.
Yep.
Yeah, so it pops
okay.
up. You see it has 2 successes.
Yeah, okay. I'll probably sacrifice my block action. Fast action for the next turn. And so to block, what is it you have to use? Is it a close combat roll or something?
Yes, close combat. And give yourself a +1 because you've got the pulse rifle. It's a pretty big weapon.
Yep. Okay. Okay, here we are.
Oh, you don't even need to worry about the
2
armor.
successes.
Okay, so it blocks. It almost knocks the gun out of your hand. This thing is strong as shit. But it bites down on the gun rather than you, and you are still alive.
Okay.
It doesn't cause the panic test because it didn't do any damage. So we are on to DuBois.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna.
It's in the same zone as you, but it is not engaged with you. It's only engaged with Rakesh.
So I'm gonna shoot it again.
All right.
With my 12 gauge.
All right. So you panic, and even with your nerves of steel this time, you both gain a point of stress as you begin to twitch. You once again unload every shell in the gun, but you do hit it. What do you want to use your stunt for?
Can I change the initiative order
You sure
and
can.
swap it with the alien?
Yeah, you want to swap
Yeah, I'm gonna do
the,
that.
for the 3 that it has?
Yeah, please.
All right, let me just fix that for you, and then the other one for damage. Let me roll its armor. Gotta update this guy. You had 8, right, on your initiative?
I did have 8, yeah.
All right. Okay, it blocks 1 point of damage. It takes 2 more. It's hurt, but it still seems to be going. That was the end of the initiative round. And your panic will end, because that's just a one and done effect that you got there. So let's turn that off. And we're back to the top. Okay. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lieutenant Wells. Can you hear me, Sarena?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to get something to the bathroom, but I can still hear you and still participate.
Okay, good. So, you can see him coughing. He looks like he's like choking or hacking on something. He's like reaching for his neck, even though he's got the suit on. You see he coughs up blood, but it is not blood. It is some black, sludgy liquid. As this is happening, you can see that these dark veins are crawling all across his skin, up his neck, up his face, and his eyes begin to just turn completely black, as if they're being filled with ink.
Oh dear.
You see,
Can I just
he's
did
staggered.
we get him out of the cryopod, or is he still like sitting in the cryopod?
No, he's standing up at this point. You guys have like helped him to his feet.
Okay,
And
out of
And
it.
he's in
Okay,
the suit, yeah.
He staggers back, and you see he lets out this awful cry of pain, and you see that his arms begin to distend to the point where right around the elbows, the suit rips, and his arms elongate almost past his knees, and he transforms into some horrible, horrible monster that
Wow.
that looks a little bit like
While
this.
this is while this transformation is happening, do I have the chance to draw my weapon and shoot him in the head at like point blank range?
Yeah,
Wow,
that's what
I'm
Yazzie is gonna be like.
I will let you attempt.
My thoughts would be like,
mobility
whatever's
rolls.
happening, we're not going to be able to treat it in the next couple of hours, so it's best to just put him out of his misery at this point.
I will.
And Yazzie's just gonna freak out, going, "This is gnarly. This is nuh-uh.
You can both
This is
make
bad.
mobility rolls to see if you can get your guns out before he finishes mutating.
Do I
I
get
hope the
that?
sergeant. Hope the sergeant fails. Just saying.
Oh,
And I get the +2 to mobility rolls in 0G, yeah? With my...
Yeah.
Zero
Yeah,
G.
I definitely think you can use that. Yeah, I keep forgetting you're in 0G this whole time. Okay, you
Ooh.
panic, but you keep it together. Okay, so you both of your minds go to the same place. Like, this is bad. Enemy, eliminate.
Sorry, it's doing that thing where it's not... I should have another dice there. I don't know why it's only doing it for mobility.
Mobility.
The other ones are fine, because I've got agility of 2, and then I get a bonus of 2.
The bonus you have to put in yourself because...
Yeah,
the game...
I typed it in as 2, but like I did this at the beginning, remember, when I got off the ship?
Yeah.
Was trying to tie it down.
Let's see what happens if I do it again.
Maybe your training wasn't as good as you thought it was.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
Can I just add, like, roll one more dice?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. You got the success,
Basics.
so... But,
We'll see if I get
there it
that bonus.
is! Nicely done.
There we go.
I'm
Two
not sure why it's doing that.
It's not doing it for my other ones. It's just...
Strange. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Okay. Yes. You both have your guns out. And you may fire before he tries to murder you.
okay. So would we go into inventory and re-equipping our guns?
Yes, and then you will left-click on the name of the weapon to make an actual attack from your inventory once it's equipped.
So if I have that extra success, it says I can gain a +1 modification to a later skill roll relating to this one. Can I add that +1 modifier to the attack roll?
Yeah, sure.
Is that considered relating? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I guess we should...
Just
Well, if you guys don't kill him, we'll add him to the initiative.
added.
Well,
I forgot to add that mod of that extra one. I'm just going to roll it as a single dice.
All right. Yazzie, Sarena, you got it? You got it figured out?
Yep. There we go.
Okay, so Sergeant West opens fire and makes a nice monster-shaped silhouette in the wall, but fails to hit. Do you want to push, Sergeant?
I will push, yes.
Okay. Yazzie, do you want to push? Are you happy with one success?
I'm gonna push it.
Oh, man, look at that. Okay.
Oh,
So,
that was a nice push.
nervous twitch, though. You both of your stresses go up by 1.
But 3 successes is worth it, I reckon.
Yep. Okay. And Yazzie, nothing on the push. Okay, so Yazzie will do yours first because you don't have any extras. You just have the 1 success. 2 base damage. It is armor piercing. He doesn't... Well, he's got his marine armor on, so he's going to be rolling 3 dice because it's armor piercing. Let's roll that. Oh. Okay, no successes. You do 2 points of damage. It's rupturing his suit, rupturing his flesh. It looks like he barely even registers that he's been shot. Let's see what happens with the Sarge. Sarge, you have a total of 4 successes? I'm sorry, 3 successes. What would you like to use your stunts for? You have 2 extras.
What can I use them for? It's not coming up with them on here. Let me just...
In combat, each success you can add extra damage. You can swap initiative. You can force them to drop an item or push them back or knock them prone. Or you can try to pin them and make them make an immediate panic test.
I'll just stack up the damage, have the maximum damage I can do with those extra successes.
Okay, 4 more damage coming his way. He blocks 1. He takes 3 more. He seems to realize he's being shot, but it does not slow him down. He is not dead. So let's add everybody to the initiative here real quick. I'll just roll this. All right. 2 separate fights, but we'll keep them on the same initiative track here for simplicity's sake. Okay. New round. Rakesh, you are first to act with the glorious number 1. This thing is right on top of you. You did use your fast action, so you only have 1 action left. It can either be a fast or slow action, your choice.
Yep. Yeah, I guess I'm going to try and take advantage of the creature's perhaps a bit of distraction when he got shot by DuBois, and I'm going to try and push the creature away.
Okay.
So I think that's a close combat test?
Yeah, you're basically just going to try to give it the butt of the rifle.
So, yeah, try and thump it and give myself some space.
Okay. All right.
2 successes.
Normally this probably wouldn't work against a full black carapace xenomorph, but this thing is basically a big, tall, spindly human as far as its shape and size, so it's big, but, you know, you can still push a person who's 7 feet tall, no problem. And with 2 successes, you do. So it is no longer engaged. It's still in the same zone, but it's not in combat with you guys, or with you anymore.
Yazzie. I'm going to just shout at DuBois to finish it off.
All right. Downstairs, Yazzie, you can react before the creature does. You can tell it's ready to strike at one of you. Probably Greene, because Greene seems to be hurting it more.
Yep. Let me just do this. Nice.
All right. What do you want to use your stun for?
I'm trying to shoot it.
Just more damage?
Aiming for the head. Just aiming for the head. More damage.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't like this thing. I want to put it down.
All right. That is going to be 3 more damage. You hit him in the torso. You hit him in the throat. And finally, boom, right through the helmet, right through the forehead. And that is the end of Lieutenant Wells' tale. Black blood splatters all over the inside of his helmet and against the wall and the cryopod that he's on, and he stumbles back and collapses halfway in the open pod.
I'm just gonna turn the sergeant, and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah,
It's gone.
we're
Gone.
Wow. Meanwhile, DuBois, your turn.
Yeah, I look at Rakesh and say, yeah, I would, but I've got to reload. Because I panicked on my last one.
Oh,
so I'm going to have to
no.
use my slow action. I'm going to have to use my slow action to reload.
Furiously pumping shells in the gun. Okay, what do you want to use your fast action for, if anything? You could save
I'm
it to
trying to
block
think
in case it attacks you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to save it just in case.
Or run outside and leave him in here with the alien.
No, he's a pretty decent fellow. He's not the sergeant, so.
All right. Yep. Okay. So Lieutenant Wells would be going next. He is currently dead. However, Yazzie and Greene, you see that when he hits the ground, his body begins to twitch and convulse, and you see his limbs look like they're almost like they're being filled with air or water, and he's like distending like a balloon.
lovely.
Greene, your turn.
So we should definitely be getting the fuck out of here. How many? So how do the fast actions and slow actions work? How many actions do we have in a?
You get 2 actions a turn, 1 fast and 1 slow, or you can drop the slow to become a second fast action.
Alright. So. Sorry, I'm just having a quick. So running away.
It's my favorite action.
Do I need to make any rolls to run away?
No, because he's down on the ground and you're not engaged in combat, so you are free to run out into the corridor, basically.
Okay, so I'm going to use one of my fast actions to run.
Okay.
And I've got the field commander talent, which means I can use command to give orders in combat as a fast action instead of a slow action.
Okay.
So can I use the slow action as a fast action to command? And I'm going to command. Can I just say over the radio so it's Rakesh, DuBois, but I guess it would happen to whoever's next in initiative to kill it, because I've heard we would have heard the gunshots coming from their direction.
Yeah.
Can I say clear the way or kill it or something that would give them a bonus to their next attack roll?
When you do the order, you have to pick one person to give the order to. You can't give it to the whole squad. So, but you can pick who you want because you're on the radio. So yeah, who do you want to try to command?
I'll give it to DuBois because I like bossing them around most of the time. So I'll be like, kill that motherfucker.
All right.
You know what? I'm tempted to use my fast action to turn my fucking speakers off inside my helmet, or take my helmet off.
You would, wouldn't you?
In space, no one can hear you issue command orders.
Well, you don't want those
the
4
sergeant's voice
extra dice to your next
space.
attack roll?
Yeah.
Do you want 4 extra dice to your attack roll, or do you want to be a little bitch?
No, I will take them because otherwise they'd just be useless like everything else you do.
Well, it's a good command. 4 successes on 10 dice. That's pretty good. So you will get 4 extra dice on your next action there, Philip. However,
so can you not fucking die between now and then?
Alien
try not to.
has back-to-back actions. The first will be to move back into combat. I'll roll here. We'll do high-low. Low will be Rakesh. High will be DuBois on a D6. It comes for DuBois, who luckily saved her action to block. So, it moves in and then it attacks. So go ahead and give me a... Well, let's see what it gives. You might not even need to make a defensive roll here. That is it. What the fuck? Leaping attack. The neomorph attacks or jumps the victim. Rolls the attack using 8 base dice, damage 1. If successful, the victim is thrown to the ground and must make an immediate panic attack. And then the neomorph performs an additional attack as it tears you to shreds. Okay, so you're going to want to try to block this. It's got 1 success on the jump.
Yeah. So how do I block it? What do I roll?
So you do close combat. And you'll actually get 5 bonus dice here. 1 because you got the shotgun, and 4 from the sergeant's command roll.
Okay, let me just...
I don't think I've ever had a neomorph in a game. I didn't realize they had a double attack ability. That's pretty nasty.
So I get an extra 5 dice.
5, yep.
7, wasn't it?
Okay, so you do pass. Your panic isn't high enough to override. You have 2 successes, which is enough to block it. However, you are suffering from panic. Now you're trembling. This remains in play, so your panic will remain for the rest of this encounter at least. You're -2 all agility test while this is going on. However, it dives at you, and you basically just smash this thing in the head with the shotgun, and it kind of stuns it to the point where it barrels into you, but it doesn't knock you over. Unfortunately, it does have another action. And I'll roll again to see who it goes for, because it's crazy. Same thing. Low for DuBois, high for Rakesh. It keeps going for DuBois. Okay, it keeps his attack focused.
I was high last time.
You were? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll switch attacks then. All right. Yeah, the alien's like, this thing's too hard to kill. I'll go for this other guy. Maybe he's easier. All right, let's see what happens. Tail lash. Its tail lashes out. It strikes you. And
makes sense, actually.
Does 1 point of damage. So go ahead, it has 1 success. Go ahead and roll your armor, but it is armor piercing.
Okay.
So just you can right-click on your armor button, and it should bring up a pop-up to do armor piercing. Okay, it slashes through. It does 2 points of damage. You take a point of stress because this is the first time you've suffered damage in this combat. And we need to see if your suit is breached. And there's actually breaching rules now in Building Better Worlds for this. So every time
Take off like a balloon.
Every time you take damage, roll for armor. If you roll at least one success, you're fine. However, if you fail to roll any successes, the suit has been damaged. So just make a straight armor roll.
No pressure.
All right, you're good.
Success.
So you see it cuts part of it. You see a little bit of a tss, but it doesn't cut all the way through. But it hits you hard enough that you can feel it in your arm. Your arm is jarred. You take damage, but your suit is not breached. Top of the round, it is Rakesh's turn.
Okay, so I'm back to fast and slow action. I guess I'll, because it's engaged with me at the moment.
Yes.
Obviously. So I'm going to have to try and kick it back, because I think you get quite a substantial negative modifier if you try and shoot something when it's engaged with you.
It's -3, so you can either try to push it, or you can try to do mobility to dodge out of the way and make space.
Oh, right.
Whatever's better for you.
Okay, I might go for the mobility
I think Rakesh is a bit
test.
more quick than he is fisticuffs.
Yep. Okay, I'll go for that.
Okay.
All right, 2 successes.
All right. It
All right,
takes
so I
a
create
swipe.
that space.
You get under it, so you can now make your attack.
Yep. Okay. No successes.
All right. Do you want to push? Do you want to risk it at four stress?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Risk biscuit.
It pays off from 0 to 3.
Nice.
How would you like to distribute your stunts?
I think I'll just do maximum damage.
So,
like I'm super angry after it hit me and injured me, so I just fully pull the trigger and just let him have it.
4 damage, armor piercing. Let's see what happens here. It takes 3. It only has 3 health remaining. You unload center mass, and just like the captain in Covenant, you gun this thing down in a corner, and it just gets sprayed everywhere, and then just stops moving, and it's just kind of floating there in the elevator, dead.
Nice.
Give him the old, whoops, that's not it. Give him the old skull here. Blech! All right.
Yes, Rakesh. I can kiss you on the lips.
Yazzie. There's a large
Please don't
distending
take your
body
helmets off,
next to you.
guys.
What do you do?
So because again we're in 0G, I'm gonna assume that because firing off a gun, it would have pushed me up against a wall. I'm gonna use a wall. I'm gonna get it out of the room. I'm just gonna get the hell out of Dodge.
A mobility test. Because it's hard to move in the 0G, especially when you don't have the training. I'll need a mobility test if you get out of here before this guy explodes.
Okay, standard roll or
just straight up.
any
straight
plus
up.
or minuses?
No negatives.
Groovy.
Okay. You get through the door just as he reaches critical mass, and he literally pops like a balloon, and there's this black, bloody mess all over the cryo bay. And you see, like,
Sergeant.
the cryopod he's standing next to, the force of this explosion actually shatters the glass.
Oh.
But he is well and truly dead now.
Lovely.
What do you do?
Looks like you got a postmortem on you, Sergeant.
Just get a
Let's
dodge.
just get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Oh, it's like there's a 20-minute delay. I'm sure somebody mentioned this ages ago.
I mean, we've gotten a lot more information between now and then.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well done.
All right. Are you guys heading to the airlock as well?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fast as we can. We're going to be checking over there as, like, we've heard the gunfire stop. Is that because you're killed it, or it's killed you?
It's dead. The way's clear for now.
Oh,
Okay.
thank fuck for that. Good work.
Could have got
Alright.
me going.
All right, make sure it stays clear, and we're all getting out of here as quickly as we fucking can.
Okay.
Okay. I'm already up the road.
You guys get to the airlock. I assume the two of you start getting up into the dropship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The two of you, please give me mobility rolls. +2, because you got the rope.
Oh yeah.
Gotta laugh if you end this after killing that, just floating off into the.
Yeah, I
guess.
can imagine it happening. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Well, everybody roll, and I'll tell you guys what happens. Okay.
Mhm.
So, DuBois, you are making your way up it's just the two of them. I don't need it because you guys are running up towards that area right now.
Oh yeah.
So while the Sarge and Yazzie, while you two are making your way up the elevator shaft, Rakesh and DuBois start trying to get in the dropship. So DuBois, you are easily making it up there. You're about halfway up the rope, and you turn. You see that Rakesh, he's got his hand on the rope, but he is looking back towards the airlock, and he is not moving.
okay.
Rakesh,
Can I use?
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Can I use my extra success as a stunt to grab him?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You feel yourself pulled, Rakesh.
Mhm.
Your eyes are locked on the airlock because you see, coming out of somewhere, probably a vent, there is a second alien that emerges.
Push him back down.
As this happens, we'll assume Yazzie and Greene, you guys have basically made your way to this elevator shaft. You're going up the stairwell, and we're going to have one final combat here, as we've got one last critter. So let me get this started.
Is there any way that as I'm pulling Rakesh and I see this other creature coming out the air vent, can I warn Greene and Yazzie that they're walking into effectively an ambush?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a free action. No problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
What do you say? Y'all fucked.
unfortunately, the alien decided to draw the two high initiative cards here and go first.
No.
So
One, yeah.
this one's dead. We'll move him out of the way. He's probably floating out of space at this point. However, this one comes darting out of the airlock and comes rushing towards the two of you. We'll roll again to see who it attacks. Low is Rakesh. I think that makes sense. You see this thing, it sees you. It's like, oh yeah, dinner time. Let's see what happens. It only rolled a 2, so it can't be that bad. Oh, tail slash again. Okay. It hits you. You're frozen, so you can't really defend yourself. Just roll your armor. It is armor piercing.
Okay.
That's right. You had freeze, right? Also, Rakesh, both yours and DuBois' stress would have gone up from your panic roll if you didn't already raise it. Yours was probably automatic, but probably not for
Yeah.
DuBois. Okay, you
I'm
block
like
1
6
damage. You take another point of damage. How you looking on health?
Broken then, because I've only got 3 health, so I'm down to 0.
Okay, would you like to roll a critical injury, please?
Yeah.
And there's
Where's here we are, roll crit down the bottom.
Yep.
Oh, it says no critical injuries table.
What? Oh, maybe it's not linked. That's okay. I have a table for this. All right. Here we go.
Dun, dun, dun.
Severed arm.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Oh, you
Well-
don't need both of them.
No need to roll for a suit breach. I think there's one.
It's probably safe to assume the suit is breached.
Yeah.
if
This
my arm's floating away in space.
thing's tail
Um,
just tears right through your arm at the elbow. blood comes pouring out. You see him scream and then just like almost pass out immediately from the shock and like the immediate lack of oxygen. Your suit is quickly depleting in air. That's not
Does
great.
the suit depleting in air send him flying off in a direction?
Oh, I'm
Don't
sorry.
give him ideas.
No.
Or the blood spurting out, send him flying in the opposite direction?
Right into the dropship, right? Yeah, just
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I point my arm strategically so that I.
like a jet engine.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, his arterial spray is using
Just
super
Iron Man his way up
And
to
the
the
severed arm
dropship.
is, and the severed arm is floating in space, slapping the neomorph.
Yeah. All right. The alien has a second attack. It thinks Rakesh is dead, so obviously it's going to go for DuBois at this point. So it's basically like crawling up the rope after you, and it we'll see what it does here. Maybe it'll jump into space and miss, and just float away.
That'd be good.
3 is
Lovely.
Deadly Grab.
Ooh.
It reaches up to grab you. So
Yeah.
you've got a choice here. It's got 3 successes. You've got one arm on Rakesh and one arm on the rope. You need at least one arm to do a block.
Wait, which arm is on Rakesh? Is it on his arm that's now been severed? Is he just holding a...
No. We'll assume it was the arm holding the rope. I won't be that mean. I'll let Philip decide if Rakesh floats out into space or not. I won't be burdened by that. So if you want to give up one of your upcoming actions to block, you can, but you'll have to drop either the rope or Rakesh, or you can take the hit and see if your armor absorbs it.
Okay. Now, don't judge me on this. I am going to let go of Rakesh because, in theory, he's not going to drift very far. And when we kill this thing, we just drag him back into the ship.
I mean,
Right.
in theory, sure.
Yeah,
He's being
that's what I'm going to do.
propelled by arterial spray, but sure.
Yeah.
It's fine. Well, if it's arterial spray, then letting him go really isn't going to do much worse at this moment in time. So I do a close combat roll.
Yes.
Okay.
Just one bonus die.
Oh.
Well, go ahead and roll an extra die.
Oh.
Nothing. Okay. So you begin to panic again. You have one success. You block one. It had 2 more successes. It does 1 damage. So it's doing a total of 3 damage. You block 1. You take 2 damage. If it hits, the neomorph immediately drags the victim into the next zone before releasing it. The victim falls prone, drops any handheld items, and must make an immediate panic roll. So it grabs you. You take 2 points of damage. And it drags you into the elevator where it lets go of you. We'll just kind of put you separate here. You lose the shotgun. It goes starting to float into the elevator. And make another panic roll as you realize it's trying to drag you away, probably wherever it dragged all those other bodies that you haven't found. You drop another item. And your stress increases by 1. What else are you carrying right now?
He's got the
wasn't it? It
core
was
of the mother.
No, I put that in my backpack. I was only because a shotgun is a two-handed weapon anyway.
Is there any what
Mostly.
else? What else is on your person?
Anything in my inventory really. Can I drop my dog tags? That'd be all right. My boots. My individual marine pack, personal med kit, my panic condition I'm carrying right now. That's
Well,
I mean, the only thing I was holding,
You can drop the fucking action and admit you're a coward.
I would say your backpack could be a thing because that's on the outside of your suit. The cutting torch is on the outside of your suit, and the CBRN kit. So we'll roll a D3 to see which of those. So 1-2 will be the backpack, 3-4 will be the CBRN kit, and 5-6 will be the cutting torch. It is the backpack. All right.
Oh my God.
The backpack gets cut and it comes loose. It's still floating around, but now there's lots of things floating that might float out into space. And that's where the data is in the backpack.
So is that the individual marine pack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Greene.
I'm less encumbered now.
Yeah. You and Yazzie appear on scene at this point. You can see in the elevator, DuBois has been thrown about. She's been hit. And there's items everywhere, and there's an alien that's trying to attack her. You do not see Rakesh.
All right. I'm going to use... Wait, what have I got here? Sorry, I've lost my action sheet. There we go. Sorry. Can I so grapple attack is a fast action, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to order or command Yazzie to grab the bag and get to the dropship.
Okay.
Yeah, which will hopefully give her an advantage, the 2+2 to, or whatever it is I roll.
All right.
To that.
So make your command
And then
roll.
I'm going to...
Okay, you twitch. So you and Yazzie's stress increases. Yazzie, you will get a +1 bonus if you follow those orders. And then what's your other action going to be?
And then, despite all of my teasing, I'm extremely protective of all my people beneath me, so I'm going to attempt to grapple the xenomorph so that it lets go of the boy.
Oh, shit. Okay. Give me a close combat roll, please. Oh, no. Okay. Unfortunately, you dive at this thing, and you realize this is a terrible idea. This thing's a lot bigger up close. Your stress goes down, but everybody else must make a panic roll when they hear you scream. And when you roll high enough on the panic, your action fails. So you are unable to grapple this thing. So I'll need DuBois and Yazzie to please make panic tests.
I tried, DuBois. I tried.
Okay, well, DuBois, you freeze. Your stress goes up by 1. Rakesh, it doesn't matter, because he's kind of out right now. And then Yazzie, just roll the button that says stress in the top right of your character sheet to make a panic roll. Okay, you're still keeping it together somehow, but you are trembling. Okay, DuBois, you are frozen. You lose your slow action, and so you have a fast action.
Can I retreat or run or,
Yeah.
I want to get out of there.
All right, give me a mobility test because you are still right next to this thing. It is thrashing about trying to get both of you.
Focused. Mobility.
Whoa! Oh my god! How much? You got 8 stress. Holy cow!
The pay's
5
just stress.
successes. Okay, you got a bunch of stunts here, DuBois. What do you want to use them for, other than to be a goddamn hero?
That's what I'm going to do. I need to get out of there, but I'm aware that Greene try to grapple this thing and is also in close combat range as well. So I want to try and grab Greene on the way out using the 0G to try and thrust away from this awful creature.
Sure. Yeah, you could do that. You got more stunts. This is a cinematic moment and it's all yours.
Jesus. Yeah.
You get a whole bunch.
Yeah,
Grab Yazzie and the backpack and get out of there.
You're just scooping everybody up with one arm as you go by.
You do ninja jumps, bouncing off the walls.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, but it's Rakesh that's got the one arm. No, I'm just going to assume that I had both feet planted on a solid surface, and I just push with all my strength, and I'm going to grab Greene and Yazzie and try and fly up and out of this elevator shaft and towards the dropship.
Okay, the only issue, you can't get Yazzie because she actually hasn't acted yet. She's not in the elevator.
Okay.
But you could grab Greene in the backpack and or Rakesh on your way out of the airlock.
Yes, I'll do as much as I'm permitted to do because I'm trying to work out how many stunts I've got.
I think rolling 5 successes on 8 stress dice is pretty goddamn amazing. Mm-hmm. So we'll say you basically grab you get your arm in the loop of the backpack, the unbroken one. Yeah. You grab Greene, and then on the way you manage to like tackle Rakesh, and you all basically bundle into the rope. So we'll assume all of you are kind of tangled together with the rope at this point.
Sure. Come on, Yazzie. It's your turn to be a hero.
All right. Rakesh, unfortunately, all you can do is mumble as you're in dying pain. But if there's anything you'd like to say in your fleeting moments, now's a good time.
Gee, what do you say at a time like this? Being the one who
stole all the lunches from the fridge.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just probably mumbling like, get us out of here.
Yeah, you need to see how long you have with your severed arm. Apparently, you can survive one shift before you bleed out.
He's fine.
So you have time. I think the more pressing thing, though, is you might suffocate because of your suit breach.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. If I've got enough air to get me to the dropship.
Well, here, I think you should automatically lose 1 air when the suit is breached. And I definitely think you should probably take... I think it's probably just going to lose 1 air a turn at this point. I think that's fair. So you've lost 2 air at this point. So I think you're still okay for now. But yeah, if there's anything you want to say to try to encourage your teammates.
I'm probably just like yelling like, go, go, go. Let's just get out of here.
All right. Yazzie, your turn. What do you want to do?
I'm just trying to... So have I now gotten to the elevator shaft and have, like, a possible straight shot up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. I'm basically going to look, what would relative to me be up. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm going to push up on the wall and, like, try to just grab the wall to get me going as fast as I can up there.
All right, so give me a mobility test. You can have the +1 from Greene's command that you got earlier.
Right, at 1.
Oh, you get dangerously close to missing the rope, but at the last second, you've caught on. This will probably be the final round. We'll see what happens here. So, the alien is next. It obviously pursues you guys. It has to spend its first turn, though, to get into engage range with you guys. And I will roll to see who it's going to go for. We'll roll a D3 here. We'll go down the initiative order. So 1, 2 Greene, 3, 4 DuBois, 5, 6 Yazzie. It's obviously not going to attack Rakesh because he's down. Yazzie, it makes sense. You're the one that just went past it. It reaches out, trying to grab you. Let's see what it does.
I am in the back of the line. Yeah, I'm in the back of the line. They're up there.
All right. It tries to grab you. Okay. Makes sense. Make an armor roll, please. It only has 1 success. You only need 1 to survive.
Where is armor? There we are.
You got this.
Oh no!
Hey.
You take a point of damage as it drags you down and smashes you back inside the elevator. You're prone. You drop whatever you might have had on you, whatever you were carrying, and you must make a panic roll. That's the kicker here, is the panic roll. And then Greene, you will be up next. The armor's in the bottom left of your character sheet there, Yazzie, on the general tab. Or, I'm sorry, panic. Oh, your phone died. Okay, that's fine. All right, well, Greene, do your thing while she gets that under control.
Right. If I reduce my stress to 0, does that get rid of the panicked state?
Yes.
Okay. Am I able to, if I was to stab oh no, I don't want to breach my suit. No, never mind.
It might be worth it right now, given the situation.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Would it be a fast action to stab myself with the natural leaf, or?
Yeah, it's a fast action.
All right. Am I able to use one fast action to stab myself and one to stab DuBois? Seeing as she's grabbing onto me?
Sure, yeah.
All right, I'll do that. That reduces our stress to 0
okay.
for both of us.
Nice
But
idea.
that's my actions done.
All right, DuBois. You are stress-free now. Oh, don't mind the cameras.
Wow,
there.
drugs.
Drugs.
Drugs do work. Cool.
Just use my turn to just drugs. You get drugs. Everybody gets some
Everybody
drugs.
gets drugs.
All right.
So it's my go now, is it?
It is.
Shit. I say, just as a free action, I say to Greene, get Rakesh, take the bag, and get into the jump ship. I'm going to get the Yazzie.
Time to be another hero.
So, yeah, since reloading my gun at all of a panic, I haven't needed to use it, so I'm going to go down and do that.
Okay.
So are you
I'm
doing
gonna-
that as a command?
I don't know that I can. I don't have to.
As a skill.
Yeah, that's just a
don't
regular action you can take. You don't need a talent for it.
Oh, sure, okay. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll roll command. I mean,
Okay, yeah, you get a bonus.
you get one.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go down the rope and head into the elevator shaft. And can I shoot the neomorph?
Sure.
Yep. Okay. Inventory.
I'm back.
Oh no, I
All
can't.
right.
I can't do that
Why not?
because I dropped my gun.
Oh shit. Do you have any other weapons?
Yeah, I can equip on the way down. It's my pulse rifle, and I'm going to shoot with my pulse rifle.
Okay. Ew.
I'm going to push it. This is where I needed all my stress.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it. All right.
Well, this worked well.
Well, that's not great, as they say.
Turns out you work better under pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Yazzie, what do you do?
Hello. So pretty much, so the items that I had on me, would be my pulse rifle. I had my knife. I had a pistol. So
Yeah, we'll roll D3 of those to see which one is dropped. The knife gets knocked off your belt.
okie dokie.
Shoot
That's
the
okay.
bastard.
Yeah. Okay. So is it back to my turn or?
Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay, cool. I have moved down, and yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna try to use my pulse rifle and shoot him.
Okay.
Any plus or minuses considering I've been thrown and hit?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Come on.
1 success. Oh boy. Do you want to push or keep it at that?
Yeah, I'm gonna push it.
All right.
Let's go.
Okay. What would you like to use your success for? Or your stunt? Your extra stunt.
I'm just gonna start shooting.
All right.
Due to the high level of stress and I guess the bit of panic, Yazzie is she's just wanting to just shoot this thing. She's just wanting to.
Well,
just
you do 3 points of damage, which we'll pull the curtain back here since we're at the end of our time. That is half of its health. And neomorphs are not the bravest creatures when they start getting their asses whipped. So you light this thing up, and much like the first one that DuBois fought, you do enough damage where this thing shrieks and scuttles back down the elevator shaft into the open vent and retreats as you open fire on it. And, well, between all of you, you will be able to get into the dropship. However, we will end with one last thing here. Greene, I will need a medical aid roll to save
my field surgeon one
Rakesh's
bonus?
life. I'm sorry?
Alright, I get my field surgeon bonus for that. Is anyone going to encourage me?
Yes, you do.
I'll give you verbal encouragement.
I'll give you some encouragement. I technically have 1 point in medical.
You can assist.
How many does that?
You can assist. I don't think there's time to do words of encouragement. This is happening fast. You know he's going to die if he doesn't get treatment. So, I mean, the guy's arm got chopped off. Let's be honest.
Oh, nice.
Damn, Sergeant Greene coming in clutch. 3 successes.
3 successes.
You stop the bleeding. You get a tourniquet put on there. You fix the suit breach, although you're in the dropship now, so you actually have atmosphere. And you save Rakesh's life, though he does lose an arm in the process. So,
Nice.
Thanks,
We all got there alive.
You make it. You succeed. You got a bunch of the data. You have killed an alien or two. Survived a horrible encounter. Got more rumors to spread amongst the ship. And no one died. Very well done.
I ended that at the end there when I saved his life with no stress and full health, by the way.
Yeah,
that last life-saving moment. Calm as a cucumber.
They make Aussies tough, you know, Chris. Just saying.
Hey, that's awesome. No one's died in the campaign yet. That is the most serious injury we've had so far, though. So,
we're super NPCs.
it is. Well, they're gonna have some story stuff.
Yeah,
I do have one question. So after every mission, you guys would go through a debriefing with Lieutenant Casados, usually right after the mission. Obviously, Rakesh will be taken to the med bay and taken care of. But anyone who doesn't have a life-threatening injury, she'll take into the the briefing room. You guys will have a quick debrief. And then after that, you each fill out individual reports that you file with what happened. And also keep in mind, your suits do have recordings, video and audio, just like in Aliens, of what's going on. So, my question to each of you is there anything that any of you leave out of your reports on what happened during this mission?
Yeah. DuBois leaves out the physical altercation with Sergeant Greene. I just adjust the recording to suggest that I thought there was something that appeared on Greene's helmet, and I tried to swipe it off.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
You know what? I'm also going to delete that altercation. I'll leave that altercation out as well. Because I saw DuBois in the end went back to save the crewmate at severe risk to her own life. So I've decided to also leave that out.
Do the two of you discuss this with the other 2 members of the squad?
Yeah, but maybe separately. So separately, each of us would approach the other two and be like, "Hey, we're leaving.
Okay.
I'm leaving this out."
All right. Rakesh and Yazzie, do you guys leave it out then too?
Yeah, I'd probably leave it out, but Rakesh is notorious for his incredibly vague after-action reports. So yeah, that definitely wouldn't make it in there. He's contempt for authority. He hates that sort of paperwork, so he just writes the bare minimum.
Yeah, got on ship, got stuff, got home. There's your report.
Got on ship, monsters, came back.
Yazzie's just gonna try to like calm it down by just saying that there was like DuBois did question some choices by Greene. We thought it was going to turn into an argument. Didn't turn into an argument. Just tone it down a little.
Okay.
And this is my buddy. Jesus Christ.
Well.
Wow.
Well, I mean, she might be your buddy, but you might not be her buddy. You know, it doesn't go both ways in Alien. Remember, it can be mutually exclusive.
No, this is true.
Yeah.
Hey, man, there's recording equipment on our suits, okay?
Yeah. Now you got to convince everyone else on the ship who saw that happen to. No, we don't worry about that. But awesome. Well, we're 8 minutes over time. I think that's pretty good, all things considered, with all the technical issues we had. So
absolutely.
There you go, guys. Listeners, thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed this. Guys, gals, thank you all for being a part of this. I've been really, really looking forward to this, and it was worth getting up at 4 a.m., let me tell you.
Oh, man.
So,
yeah. And thank you so much for putting this together.
Oh, thank you guys for playing along. I really appreciate it, and maybe we can do another collaboration in the future. I'd love to do it again.
Would look forward to that. We'd certainly be available for that.
Yeah. Cool. Maybe we'll see Chimera Squad in action again. But well done. I guess my other question is, would you guys discuss any of the details of this mission to the rest of the squad in any capacity?
I'd probably be keen to compare notes with Cerberus Squad.
Okay.
And sort of probably fill in some of the blanks and see if they've encountered what they spoke about, whether it's similar.
Okay.
Yeah.
And matches up.
All right. What about everybody else?
Yeah,
I agree.
all the information I had.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless we got specific orders not to, then we would.
No, you never really have. But there has been questionable things that you guys have heard through the rumor mill that it seems some of their reports have been altered or details have been left out. And you've probably heard from the sergeant of the PC squad or the medic that they went back and looked at reports from their first mission and stuff was altered, and they claim they were not the ones that altered it. So there's been some weird things, and there definitely was encounters with this black goo and people mutating. So more of the plot thickens, as they say.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you've left Rakesh. You've left Rakesh with one arm for the next group that gets to play this squad. So we'll see if he gets picked or not. I imagine losing an arm probably gets you discharged unless you get a replacement, right? I don't think they got one-armed people running around in the military too much. So
nice retirement there.
Fancy prosthetic or something.
Yeah, maybe. All you had to do was go to prison and lose an arm, and now you're free. You're a free man. That's all you had to do.
That's right.
Wow.
Didn't cost much.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. It was fantastic having you all here. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And listeners, that's it for Ghost Fleet of 61 Cygni, one of the side missions from the Marine book. We'll see you next time when we get back to Cerberus Squad and see what they're up to. So, as always, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you same time, same place, signing off.